Fingers crossed.
Good morning and welcome to our second annual Poet Like Poe live poetry reading event. Jeannie, how are you doing?
Pretty good. It's not showing up on live yet, so sorry. I was a little distracted. Uh, so I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing well as well.
We're all willing.
And our first reader is Holly Knightley. And we're going to just double check our settings and make sure that we are live on YouTube.
There it is. It finally showed up.
Okay, yay.
Hold on. Yeah, I still got it muted. You got yours muted. So we're good. All right. Now I can sound weird and not have to worry about because it's muted.
Absolutely. All right.
So let's
So
get
we
this
are
party
ready.
started. Woo, woo. Okay.
Yay. All right, so our first guest again is Holly Knightley, and she is an author, an amazing author. I have Athena, let's see, Giggles, Houses Have No Secrets. So, Holly, you are going to read A Dream Within a Dream.
Yes,
Oh,
I am. It is
okay.
one of my favorite stories. I'm ready when you ladies are.
We are ready to go.
Okay.
Take it away.
Thank you. A Dream Within a Dream by Edgar Allan Poe. Take this kiss upon the brow, and, in parting from you now, thus much let me avow. You are not wrong who deem that my days have been a dream. Yet if hope has flown away, in a night or in a day, in a vision or in none, is it therefore the less gone? All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand. How few, yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep. While I weep. Oh God, can I not grasp them with a tighter clasp? Oh God, can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? Back to you, 6 degrees.
Woohoo! Snappa, snappa, snappa.
Mm,
Yes, and that was
Yes.
awesome.
thank
I I
you.
I muted myself.
Yeah,
It is
actually,
a
we
great poem.
It is. It's one of my all-time favorites as well. So,
Mhm.
Holly, what have you got in the works for what books and stories you're doing right now?
Well, Houses Have Secrets just came out March 14th, thanks to Carmen
Yay.
warning me about the March
The
15th
Ides of
because I
March.
yeah, the Jeannie had just done a video on her YouTube about it that I enjoyed. So yeah, so it came out March 14th. If you like haunted house mysteries with quirky characters, that's for you. My next novella, which is Jeannie skipped this one, it's kind of my version of the Romeo and Juliet Kismet thread about a girl who's trying to outrun fate. So that'll be out June 15th.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So
Okay.
there's always
You
something
sound
coming
busy.
out.
Yes,
Yeah,
you are.
yeah. I feel a little crazy some days. Am I mad? Maybe. I don't know. Probably.
Yes, exactly. Especially with that hat.
Yeah, my Mad Hatter hat.
Yes, and
Nothing wrong with
Dream
that.
within a dream. Yeah.
I loved when you told me that's what you wanted to do and then wear your Mad Hatter hat. I was like, oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, because I
Mhm.
shared on Poe Unplugged that, I used to be really into dream interpretation. If you keep having a dream within a dream, in my book from high school, it would say, like, seek, professional advice, because you may be insane. I just thought that really tied in with Edgar Allan Poe. And of course, my favorite, The Telltale Heart.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we are telltale hearting it today.
Yep.
Yes,
We
awesome.
got our hearts on our sleeve, and I got the floorboards to cover it up too, because I
That's
don't like
right.
that. I don't like my heart just showing all the time. So yeah.
Oh goodness. Yes, and I am actually via live from Las Vegas, and it kind of goes along, even though it's Las Vegas, it kind of goes along with Poe a little bit because we're staying for the first 2 nights in a hotel, the Apache Hotel in Binions, and it is almost 100 years old. It's established in 1932, and they advertise haunted encounters. And so
Oh,
when
Cool.
cool.
the desk clerk assigned our room 252, I immediately looked over at the wall because they have all the rooms and some like documented, um, scares or encounters. And
Mhm.
I was like, oh, she gave us a haunted room. So far, nothing has happened. So we'll see what
Lucky
might
you guys.
happen today while we're live.
Hey, Poe can come out and join us and read his own work for a change. Good
Hey,
Lord.
hey, that would be amazing.
Yeah, he needs to stop being so lazy and start doing his own work for a change.
Oh, well, or just time travel,
Yeah, you could
Hmm.
you could be the next person to say that Edgar Allan Poe came from the grave and inspired you to write this, right?
That's
There
right.
you go.
That's exactly right.
So, just so we can clarify the introduction for everybody, this is our kickoff for our next Poet Like Poe contest. Woohoo! It's the
Yes.
third annual, it's our second live event, but it's our third annual contest. The contest will start on April the 1st and go through May the 15th. So, get your submissions ready. You can find a link on our website when it comes live on April the 1st. And just, we
No
hope you,
fooling. No
yeah.
fooling.
Yeah, no fooling us. We know what April Fools, but no fooling us. So get it in, and we enjoy both youth and adult submissions.
Yes.
And Holly is one of our lovely judges also. So
Yes.
she's
Yes.
going to look forward to reading all your wonderful work.
Yes.
And so we glad that Holly started it off for us today
Yes. And
with
not only is she a judge, she's a sponsor because she is donating some of
yes.
her books for prizes. So we're excited about it.
Absolutely. Yay. So you got the double indemnity there.
Yes.
I guess
Well,
that works.
uh, no, I wouldn't say indemnity.
Yeah,
No,
Well, thanks.
we don't need to be wordsmithing this early.
I
Well,
know. I
thanks,
was just thinking that.
guys. Because the last 2 years, like the poetry keeps going up and up and up. Like the level is crazy. Last year, I actually sent Carmen a message like there was like 30 poems that were so professional they should be all published. I was like
Mhm.
pulling my hair out. Like, how do I pick like we had three and the two honorable mentions. I was like, this is insane. Like the talent is great. The children talent last year was amazing. So yeah, but no matter what level you're at, this is great experience. Put it in there. It's blind. Like if you know me personally, I won't know that I'm reading yours. So it's just like completely anonymous. So it's a really great way to get your foot in the door and just have people read your poetry. I mean, it's such a great event to honor Poetry Month and to honor Edgar Allan Poe. I'm like totally blessed and thankful for you guys to include me for the third year. So thank you.
Thank
Absolutely.
you for
Absolutely.
being a staunch supporter of 6 Degrees of Poe for so long.
Yes.
We enjoy that, and your
Yes.
loyalty and your friendship has just been great. So thank you.
It
Well,
has
you
been
guys are the
amazing.
best.
Yes, yes, because Holly helped me with my book getting published, and so did Jeannie. And it's been just, we have a great Poe community, and just, we love
Mhm.
it.
We
Absolutely.
do. Yeah, so come out and
Oh,
join it.
all right. Well, our segments are
Ooh.
a little bit shorter this year, so we could fit
Mhm.
in as many people as possible. And
Yep.
so we are going to say adieu to Holly, but we will see you later.
Yeah.
And I'll be in the chat. Listen to everybody today. So excited for today. I cleared my
Yay.
schedule. So
Woo.
Awesome.
thank
Awesome.
you
All right.
guys.
Thank
So
you,
we
Holly,
will
so
talk
much.
soon.
All right,
Great.
bye guys.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. We're going to bring our next guest on.
Yes. Do you want to introduce him, or do you want me?
Let's see. Here he is. So our next guest is Dr. Jeff Thompson. And hey, Dr. Jeff.
Hi, how are you, Carmen and Jeannie?
Doing
Well,
well.
doing well. So Jeannie, do you want to finish the introduction?
Sure. Our next, well, I started to say contestant, but I'm like, this is not a game show. Our next
The
reader
Poe is
on our
right.
wonderful Poetry Live is Dr. Jeff Thompson, and he's going to give us for his first rendition the Annabelle Lee poem, which is one of my favorites. I know it's Carmen's favorites too, and I think is Dr. Jeff's favorite also. And Dr. Jeff himself is a publisher. He is a, let's see, what, okay, don't tell me. Dark Shadows. That's right. I was
Mhm.
like, I couldn't for the life of me remember that name for certain. But he himself is an author and a fan of Dark Shadows. So, Dr. Jeff, would you like to continue telling us a little bit about your work and who you are?
Hi, I've written 3 books about producer-director Dan Curtis, who created Dark Shadows, and produced The Night Stalker and directed Trilogy of Terror, Burnt Offerings, The Winds of War. I taught English at Tennessee State University for 35 years and recently went back to both TSU and Nashville State Community College to teach a few classes. Now,
Nice.
do you want me to start with Annabelle Lee or The Telltale Heart?
Whichever one you want,
Yeah.
that's up to you since you're going to be coming back later to give us the
Okay.
Telltale Heart and I forgot the other one.
Okay, well, in my next segment, I'll have more time, so I think I'll save the poem and another story for that
Okay.
Perfect.
time.
Okay.
But right now, I would like to share with you one of the scariest stories ever written, The
Nice.
Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe.
All right.
True, nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am, but why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me, he had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture, a pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now, this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Ha! Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well into the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night just at 12 I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with the thick darkness, for the shutters were fastened through fear of robbers, and so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily, steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie back down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death-watch beetles in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief. Oh no, it was the low stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night just at midnight when all the world slept, it had welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He must have been saying to himself, "Oh, it is nothing but the wind in the chimney, it is only a mouse crossing the floor, or it is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he has been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain. All in vain, because death in approaching him had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it, you cannot imagine how stealthily, until at length a single dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out the crevice and fell upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct precisely upon the damned spot. And now have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could to maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish beating of the heart increased. It grew quicker and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say louder, every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous, so I am. And now, at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still, but the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If still you think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head and the arms and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too wary for that. A tub had caught it all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and the officers had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasure, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But before long I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears, but still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definitiveness, until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Oh, why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards. But the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God! No, no, they heard, they suspected, they knew, they were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony, anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now again, hark, louder, 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 louder! Villains, I shrieked, dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, here, it is the beating of his hideous heart.
Excellent.
That was awesome, Dr. Jeff. Love that.
Thank you very much.
There's that heart right there.
Yes.
Wrong side.
Yeah, at the time Poe wrote that, it was the scariest, most horrifying story ever written. The reading public had not heard of anything like that, and still today it is one of the very scariest stories of all.
I
Yeah.
totally agree. Totally agree. Yeah, thank you so much for that reading. That was amazing.
Oh,
And
thank you.
just to let our viewers and our viewers actually today know, Dr. Jeff Thompson is one of our judges for the poetry contest as well. So,
Right.
Yes.
yes, and
Yes.
he is going to return in just a little bit to do Annabelle Lee and the Cask of Amontillado. So, thank you so much, Dr. Jeff.
See
Thank
you soon.
you.
Yes, we'll see you in a little bit. All right. So before we bring Alex Zavostovich on, we have a video because she could not attend today, and it's Mel Grosvenor. And let me share my screen. Just a second. And Mel Grosvenor runs the Ohio Edgar Allan Poe Facebook group, and you do not have to be from Ohio to join. She welcomes everybody, and she does her own events, some really cool things. And so go check her Facebook group out, the Ohio Poe fans. So she is going to be doing The Sleeper, and I have already peeked at this video, and it is amazing. So here we go.
All righty.
By Edgar Allan Poe. At midnight in the month of June, I stand beneath the mystic moon. An opiate vapor, dewy, dim, exhales from out her golden rim, and softly dripping drop by drop upon the quiet mountain top, steals
The audio's gone on my end, Carmen.
Oh, lady bright, can it be right, this window open to the night? The wanton airs from the treetop laughingly through the lattice drop. The bodiless airs, a wizard rout, flit through thy chamber in and out, and wave the curtain canopy, so fitfully, so fearfully, above the closed and fringed lid, neath which thy slumbering soul lies hid, that o'er the floor and down the wall, like ghosts, the shadows rise and fall. O lady dear, hast thou no fear? Why and what art thou dreaming here? Sure thou art come o'er far-off seas, a wonder to these garden trees. Strange is thy pallor, strange thy dress, strange above all thy length of tress, and this all solemn silentness. The lady sleeps, oh may her sleep, which is enduring, so be deep. Heaven have her in its sacred keep, this chamber changed for one more holy, this bed for one more melancholy. I pray to God that she may lie forever with unopened eye, while the pale sheeted ghosts go by. My love, she sleeps, oh may her sleep. As it is lasting, so be deep. Soft may the worms about her creep. Far in the forest, dim and old, for her may some tall vault unfold, some vault that oft had flung its black and winged panels fluttering back, triumphant o'er the crested palls of her grand family funerals. Some sepulchre, remote, alone, against whose portals she hath thrown, in childhood, many an idle stone. Some tomb, from out whose sounding door she ne'er shall force an echo more. Thrilling to think, poor child of sin, it was the dead who groaned within.
Yay! It's kind of ironic that she did it right in front of a tombstone, so that's kind of cool.
I know, and yes, and I have been to a cemetery with Mel before, and she knows so much about uh, tombstones, cemeteries, things like that, and she is a really great delight to be around. And I had the pleasure of traveling with her on our Poe trip with Victoria Price last October, and Mel is just fantastic. So check out
Yep.
Ohio fans.
Yep.
Jeannie, would you like to
Uh-huh.
Alex?
Yes, our next reader is one that we know, and he's been on with us before, and we love to have him. It's Mr. Alex Zavistovich. I believe I spoke that correctly. Yay! I'm getting better. Yay! Okay. So he is going to be entertaining us today, and Alex actually is in Baltimore, if I'm assuming correctly. That's right, Baltimore. And he's going to read one of the two Helens, and I'll let him explain which one he's going to be reading and all that. But Alex is actually with the National Theater,
National
correct?
Edgar Allan Poe Theater.
Yes, National Edgar Allan Poe Theater. So I will turn it over to him and let him give you more information about all that wonderful stuff. And take it away, Alex.
Thanks, Jeannie and Carmen, and thank you very much for having me. Yes, I'm Alex Zavistovich. I'm the artistic director of the National Edgar Allan Poe Theater, and we are the only theater in the world that specializes on adapting the works of Edgar Allan Poe for the stage, for broadcast, and in schools for literacy. Right now, we have excuse me, a variety of radio dramas that are available on National Public Radio, both on the national website as well as our local WIPR. And in fact, tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, if you can stream WIPR, you'll be able to hear 2 hours of our original programming. Coming up in May, on May 17th, we are doing something that Carmen and Jeannie are going to be helping us with, which is called Doomsday. It is a 24-hour, nonstop, live-streamed reading of the works of Edgar Allan Poe. It's our 4th year, and we have about 40 readers from all walks of life in the city and also internationally. So in addition to Tennessee here with Jeannie and Carmen, we have the state of Ohio, we have Scotland, England, Brazil, Italy, and our own home here in Baltimore, Maryland. If you'd like to have more information, please visit us at poetheater.org. I'll tell you everything you need to know. And theater is spelled the pretentious way, Theatre. What I'm going to be reading for you today is one of my favorite poems of Edgar Allan Poe. It is, as you said, one of the 2 poems that are named To Helen. This one in particular was written, excuse me, for Sarah Helen Whitman, who was Edgar Allan Poe's last fiance. And he met her when he was, 39, and she was 45 in Providence, Rhode Island. After his death, she actually became a spiritualistic medium and held seances at her home in Providence, Rhode Island, in an attempt to connect with the spirits of people who've gone by, including Edgar Allan Poe. This poem was written for her as a love poem, and it has a couple of different framing devices. It opens kind of focusing on roses and then sort of turns his attention to her eyes. It's a beautiful poem, and with your indulgence, I'll read it for you now. To Helen. I saw thee once only, years ago. I must not say how many, but not many. It was a July midnight, and from out a full-orbed moon that like thine own soul soaring sought a precipitate pathway up through heaven, there fell a silvery silken veil of light, with quietude and sultriness and slumber upon the upturned faces of 1,000 roses that grew in an enchanted garden where no wind dared to stir unless on tiptoe. Fell on the upturned faces of these roses that gave out in return for the love light their odorous souls in an ecstatic death, fell on the upturned faces of these roses that smiled and died in this parterre, enchanted by thee and by the poetry of thy presence. Clad all in white upon a violet blank, I saw thee half reclining, while the moon fell on the upturned faces of the roses, and on thine own upturned, alas, in sorrow. Was it not fate that on this July midnight, was it not fate, whose name is also sorrow, that bade me pause before that garden gate to breathe the incense of those slumbering roses? No footstep stirred. The hated world all slept, save only thee and me. O heaven, O God, how my heart beats in coupling those two words, save only thee and me. I paused, I looked, and in an instant all things disappeared. Bear in mind, this garden was enchanted. The pearly luster of the moon went out, the mossy banks and the meandering paths, the happy flowers and the repining trees were seen no more. The very roses' odors died in the arms of the adorning airs. All, all expired save thee, save less than thou, save only the divine light in thine eyes, save but the soul in thine uplifting eyes. I saw them. They were the world to me. I saw but them, saw only them for hours, saw only them until the moon went down. What wild heart histories seemed to be enwritten upon those crystalline celestial spheres. How dark a woe, yet how sublime a hope. How silently serene a sea of pride. How daring an ambition, yet how deep love. How fathomless a capacity for love. But now, at length, dear Dian sank from sight into a western couch of thundercloud, and thou, a ghost amid the entombing trees, didst glide away. Only thine eyes remained. They would not go. They never yet have gone, lighting my lonely pathway home. That night they have not left me as my hopes have since. They follow me. They lead me through the years. They are my ministers, yet I their slave. Their office is to illumine and enkindle. My duty to be saved by their bright light and purified in their electric fire and sanctified in their Elysian fire. They fill my soul with beauty, which is hope, and are far up in heaven, the stars I kneel to in the sad, silent watches of my night. While even in the meridian glare of day, I see them still, two sweetly scintillant Venuses, unextinguished by the sun.
Awesome. That was beautiful. I love that version of To Helen. I probably like it more than his original one.
Yeah, well, the other one I believe was written for the mother of a childhood friend, I believe,
That
Jane
Jane
Yeah.
Stannard, I
Yeah,
believe. Yeah.
Jane.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's beautiful, but that one is just, I love the rose
Mhm.
garden and having visited where her house was and seeing there's still remnants of roses there. It's just, I don't know, it just really is like real.
Yeah, it is one of my favorites. I mean, he pulled out all the stops. It was a love poem, so he wasn't going to half-ass it.
No, absolutely not.
But I
Because
thank
he
you very
loved
much.
his loves.
He
Yes.
did.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah,
Thank
Alex,
you so
thank
much.
you, and can't wait for Doomsday. So thank you.
Looking forward to it. I'm going to be sending you folks an email for planning purposes soon. Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Awesome. Sounds great. We look
Okay.
forward to it.
All righty.
Bye.
Bye. All right, guys, we're going to jump right into our next guest, keeping on schedule. And it is Mr. Steve Boilyard, and he is going to be reading The Haunted Palace. And Steve is an author as well. Poe's Last Lament, A Dying Wish, or A Dying Wish is a separate book. And he has just been on as one of our Gothic guests back in February. So anything, I mean, Stephen, please feel free to add anything else to your introduction.
I have such a voluminous list of accomplishments. We only have 10 minutes. That's,
It's okay.
that's funny. I'm a retired guy, and I'm so happy to be part of this.
Yes. Oh, well, we're very excited for you to be a part of this
Mhm.
as well. Love your coat. That is amazing. Like
Oh, this whole thing, yeah.
in the in the period of the time that we're reading, and
Yes.
the skull with the candle. That is amazing. I love it. Love it.
Very, very in character, and we love it, and we can't wait for it. And we
Yes.
are wonderfully excited to have Steve join the 6 Degrees of Poe community, and he's been one of the great inspirations for a lot of us. So hopefully he'll stick around for a while. And Steve, have at it and have fun.
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. Again, I appreciate the opportunity and all you folks are doing. I've chosen, probably somewhat foolishly, The Haunted Castle, which was first published in April of 1839, when Poe was only 19 years old. So, this is what he accomplished at 19, and I have undergarments older than that. But a few months later, he took this same story and republished it as part of Fall of the House of Usher, which you probably know. And I think the similarity of the themes of the poem itself and of the Fall of the House of Usher is pretty evident. It's a fairly short poem, so we'll be able to yield plenty of time to the next person. This is my first Poe book that it's published in 1938. I picked it up in the 1980s at a used bookstore in Santa Barbara. And I will read from it, The Haunted Castle. Oh, and I'm using a bookmark, which comes from Cheryl Joseph, who was the winner of last year's, one of the winners of last year's Saturday Visitor Awards. And I keep this as inspiration because I'm really hoping that that Poe's Last Lament will see similar kinds of notoriety this year at Poe's Fest. So, The Haunted Palace. And actually, let me even be a little professorial here. In the greenest of our valleys, by good angels tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace, reared its head. In the monarch thought's dominion, it stood there. Never seraph spread opinion over fabric half so fair. Banners yellow, glorious, golden, on its roof did float and flow. This, all this, was in the olden time long ago. And every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day, along the ramparts, plumed and pallid, a winged odor went away. Wanderers in that happy valley through two luminous windows saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-tuned law. Round about a throne where, sitting, porphyrogene, in a state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. But evil things, in robes of sorrow, assailed the monarch's high estate. Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate. And round about his home, the glory that blushed and bloomed is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed. And travelers now, within that valley, through the red litten windows, see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while, like a ghastly rapid river, through the pale door, a hideous throng rush out and forever and laugh, but smile no more. And that's it.
Yay.
Woohoo! Love it, love
So
it.
cheers,
And
cheers to that. It's not too early to be drinking, is it?
No,
no, it's never too early.
as I mentioned, I'm in Las Vegas, so I don't think there's a time limit here at all. So,
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, one of
Yeah.
Alan Jackson's favorite times. And Steve, we got a couple of questions, a couple of comments that's being made on the chat. A lot of people have been saying how wonderful our people have been so far. Dr. Jeff did an excellent reading. But Cheryl asked Steve, well, first of all, she said, thank you for the shout out for the
Of
bookmark and
course.
everything. And she asked that there was some question as to who authored The Haunted Palace, and she wants to know if you can discuss a little bit about that.
The nefarious Rufus Griswold, who we all have on our dartboards down in our basements. Griswold had accused Poe of plagiarizing Longfellow's The Beleaguered City with his poem. And Poe, in turn, accused Longfellow of plagiarizing Poe's work. They were both published about the same time in 1839. It's interesting that the Longfellow story, The Beleaguered City, he rhymes Prague with vague, which I think should be a punishable offense right there. But the two stories, there's a similarity in that both of these stories supposedly are metaphors for a person's mind going crazy. And Longfellow's is set in Prague, and it's the city that's kind of crumbling and going insane. And in Poe's case, it's this castle. But other than that, they're very different stories. And the way I think about it is, two people can come up with poems on similar themes independently without it being plagiarism. But that's my take on it. I don't think it'll ever be resolved to anyone's complete satisfaction.
Yeah.
Not unless somebody seances somebody or somebody meets them in the afterlife. I don't think it'll ever be answered.
And Carmen's in the right
travel.
place. Carmen's in the right place, in the right room, maybe to figure that out.
That's right. Yes.
Have Poe pop in and say, "Hey, I know you."
Oh,
Okay.
yes. Yeah. Supposedly the ghost that is supposed to haunt this room takes the pillows and throws them on the floor. Haven't seen that yet, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, we probably have that same ghost around our house then, because the pillows are always on the floor.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I think it's the cats. The one other thing I'll say about this story is, if the title sounds familiar, it was a Roger Corman movie. It's a title of a Roger Corman movie in 1963. And the interesting thing about it, we all know that Corman did a number of those Poe themed stories. This movie, The Haunted Palace, has nothing to do with a Poe poem. Instead, it's actually based on an H.P. Lovecraft story, The Case of Charles Dexter Ward. And so apparently what happened is the producers, the studio, which I think was American International, came to Corman and said, hey, let's use a Poe title for your movie because everybody really wants to see your Poe movies. So it has a Poe title with no Poe story.
Yeah. And I think the poem is read at the beginning, if I remember correctly.
Or at the end. Yeah.
One of the two. Yeah. And but it's a good film. I did enjoy it.
Yep.
Absolutely. Well, Steve, what have you got in the works for coming up for you?
Couple of things. As I mentioned, my latest little short story has been submitted for the Saturday Visitor Awards. So I'm looking forward to being out at Poe Fest and seeing everyone there. And who knows what the judges will decide, but that'll be fun. I just finished my first novel and just finished the manuscript, and it's now going into proofing. So we'll see where that goes. And probably the most important thing I'm doing right now is I'm finishing Eye of Athena. And every night I fall asleep at 10 o'clock every night, no matter what. And 10 minutes before I get my chapter of Eye of Athena. And so I'm looking forward to seeing how that ends.
Awesome.
It's great. Holly Knightley.
Yes.
Yes.
It's
The
Holly
book.
Knightley's wonderful Eye of Athena can be found on Amazon.com. So if you haven't checked it out, go ahead and try it out.
Yes.
And
And Steve's
Cheryl said,
books.
"Thanks for the explanation, Steve." She's happy you said it and let everybody know about that,
Yep.
Yes.
Longfellow debacle.
Yes. Jeannie, you need to write an essay, The Longfellow Debacle.
I think I will.
Yes, but
Sounds
Steve's
like
books can also be found on Amazon. And so please go
Yep.
check out his work. We talked a little bit about Poe's Last Lament when he joined us for Poe discussions, and it is amazing. I loved the
Absolutely.
story.
Thank you.
Yeah. So,
It's great.
yes, but
And
Steve, thank you so much for joining us
yes.
today. Loved your reading. It was amazing.
Mhm.
Thank
Yep.
you. And I look forward to hearing everything else for the rest of the day.
All right.
Wonderful.
Great.
Thanks, Steve.
All right,
We'll
thank you.
see you soon. We'll see you
Bye.
soon. All right. Bye-bye.
Okie dokie.
All right. Our next guest is through video. I'm going to bring that up now. And
Great.
Jeannie, would you like to introduce this one?
Sure. This one is a pre-recording from one of our other Poe peoples who's not with us today. He sent in this video. It is a pre-recording of The Conqueror Worm, and it's from Mr. Chris Sempner. Now, Chris is someone that if you've never met before, but he can be found at the Poe Museum, and it's one of the wonderful places you can go to see a lot of Poe memorabilia, to find out a lot of things about what's going on in the life of Poe, even today, what they've gotten in, some really cool stuff that's still continuing to be found. So Chris has helped us out many times. He is also another one of our judges for our poetry contest. So please, if you're in the Baltimore area, not Baltimore, Richmond.
Richmond.
Yeah, sorry. I have to remember who's in Baltimore, who's in Richmond. So if you're in the Richmond, Virginia area, please go out and check out the Poe Museum. It's a wonderful catalog of Poe stuff, and we love it. You can even find it online at poemuseum.org, where you can find Poe's works, any kind of information, research, any kind of thing like that. So without further ado, we will have Chris Sempner giving us The Conqueror Worm.
And I was going to also add, he is the curator of the Poe Museum, and they have just had some renovations done, and they've been sharing some pictures of the new exhibits. And it is an amazing museum. You need to check it out. And there's also Chris does the curator's crypt videos. There's a YouTube channel, and he has over 100 videos, and it talks like a little short video about different things about Poe. So check that out. And so, as Jeannie just said, without further ado,
Okay, hold on one second. Can you make that full when you play it? That way people can see it better, because we kind of see the little full thing right there.
okay, it should be okay. Oh, here we go.
Okay.
Is that better? Okay.
Yep.
All
All
right.
right.
Thank you, Jeannie.
You're
All right.
welcome.
Without further ado, here is Chris Sempner with The Conqueror Worm.
Greetings from the Edgar Allan Poe Museum in Richmond, Virginia. Here's one of Poe's poems called The Conqueror Worm. Lo, 'tis a gala night within the lonesome latter years, an angel throng, bewinged, bedight in veils and drowned in tears, sit in the theater to see a play of hopes and fears, while the orchestra breathes fitfully the music of the spheres. Mimes in the form of God on high mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly, mere puppets they who come and go at the bidding of vast formless things that shift the scenery to and fro, flapping from out their condor wings in visible woe. That motley drama, oh, be sure it shall not be forgot, with its phantom chased forevermore by a crowd that sees it not, through a circle that ever returneth into the self-same spot, and much of madness and more of sin and horror the soul of the plot. But see amid the mimic rout a crawling shape intrude, a blood-red thing that rise from out the scenic solitude. It writhes with mortal pangs, the mimes become its food, and angels sob at vermin fangs and human gore imbued. Out, out till the lights out all, and over its quivering form, the curtain of funeral pall comes down with the rush of a storm, and the angels all pallid and wan uprising, upveiling affirm that the play is the tragedy man, and its hero the conqueror worm.
Right. Yes.
Yay, the hero, the conqueror worm. Love
Yes.
it. Love it. That was
Yeah.
awesome.
It's such a good poem. My
Hmm.
my cat Mitt has a toy that looks like a red caterpillar, and we call it the conqueror worm. We've had a little short video about him on it. So if Mitt was watching today, he would love that reading from Chris.
He'd probably try to attack the screen like mine. It's mine. Yeah, because wonderful cats, they like to claim everything as their own.
Absolutely. So, Jeannie, we haven't gotten to talk about the chat as much, except when you brought up Cheryl's question to
Mhm.
Steve. Is there any other comments you want to share before we bring on our next guest?
Absolutely. Let's go back and let's shout out all the nicely dones and good jobs we've had so far because we've got a lot of people blowing it up and it's great. We had Hocus Pocus comments coming on and they're super excited and we're super excited for them to be joining us. And so we've got some bravos and bravas to Holly. Wonderful. She did a wonderful job as usual. Everybody loves Holly. We love Holly. Like I
Yeah,
said, she's our Poe person. She's been with us pretty much from the get-go, I think.
yeah, for a long, long time.
Yes, and then Cheryl gave nicely done. Oh, everybody loved Dr. Jeff. I mean, come on, he nailed it. He
Yes.
nailed it. I mean, he would be the type of person I would love to have on a camping trip and telling ghost stories around the fire.
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing. I would be scared to death.
Yes, that's what it'd be just great. Steve even said the best part is the dissonance between Dr. Jeff's presentation and his scholarly and mild-mannered person.
Yes.
I mean, that's the thing. If you've watched our poem plugs, you can definitely tell the difference. And so, I mean, he's got a great stage persona.
It does. Yes.
Let's see who else we've got. Like I said, we've got Cheryl, we've got Jason popped on, he joined us.
Mhm.
And now Poe Movies was only here for just a few minutes. They could only pop in and say hello, but I believe Season is going to be joining us later.
She sent a video this morning.
Yes.
He was going to have to bow out for
Yes.
coming on live with some things that occurred to take her away from being able to be with us. So she's going to
Mhm.
be with us in video spirit. So
Exactly. So we will have them with us and awesome. And also I want to bring out that if you like to listen to your readings on Audible or audio of any kind, Jason Markiewicz, he did some of Holly's for her
yeah.
books, so you can check those out. And he's going to be joining us later with his own readings with his own poem that he wrote. So we're excited for that too.
Mhm.
Cheryl wanted to thank Steve for his explanation. We were happy with that too. And it's been going great. Wayne is joining us from Ireland, from
Yeah.
Irish Poetry by Candlelight, and he's going to be joining us later too. He said that someday he will get to see Chris in Richmond at the museum because he says what a great guy. And Holly says, when you go, let me know. I'll meet you. And I said, hopefully I'll be able to come too, and we can make it a Poe meeting. And Wayne said, road trip. I'm like, I'm there.
That's right.
So
That's right.
everybody is just having a good old time and enjoying everything. And that's
Awesome.
all caught up on the chat world.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure we acknowledged our people that are viewing in the chats that they are sending. So
Yeah, we're here. We're chatting. We're chatting away.
Yes, and we are right on schedule with our next guest. Jeannie, would you like to introduce or do you want me
I
to?
can, no problem. I
All right.
believe that the next one up is someone I had mentioned in the chat. So,
Yes.
but also someone that Steve brought up for us, but we're going to talk a little bit more about her and her contribution to the literature world with her own book. And I have it right here that I can show that this one is a Poe inspiration. It's called Jacaranda Street. Tell me if
Right.
I said it
Correct.
correct. So Miss Cheryl Joseph is joining us, and like I just showed you, she's a fellow author, and so she's going to give us a little bit more information about her and what the series is. I don't want to talk about the series itself, just that this one was Poe inspired. So Cheryl will give us more on that, and she's going to be regaling us with her own poem during this time, and I'm looking forward to that. And I'm not even going to try to say what you wrote of the actual name. The subtitle is Death is Not the End. So without further ado, Cheryl, please take it away.
Well, thank you both, Carmen and Jeannie. I am so happy to be here today with this wonderful Poe community. I have been a part of, excuse me, I've been a part of this community now for a few months. I met Jeannie and Carmen at through Holly, actually, at Poe Fest last year, when my book, Jacaranda Street Gravestone Image, I was one of the winners of the Saturday Visitor Award. So I was so thrilled. And that's where I met Steve and so many wonderful people in this community. Um, yeah, this is my book, Jacaranda Street Gravestone Image. It's book 5 in my series, and it's a book for kids and young adults. And I wanted kids to know about Poe. I didn't find out about Poe until I was in college, and I didn't want that to happen to children of today. So I wrote this book about Poe. It's actually a mystery, a present day mystery wrapped around elements of Edgar Allan Poe. And as I got about halfway through this book, excuse me, I realized that I needed to write a poem that was Poe-esque. And so that's what I'm about to read to you. We have Mr. Poe here, and we have his raven here to assist. Here we go. Mors non est finalis, or death is not the end. Vines of mist up my heart creeping, into my love's fresh grave seeping. Vile full moonlight bestows false cheer, when shadows are what those left crave. Now yew trees shelter my Lenore, their branches flapping, most unkind, by wind-borne ghosts slapping dead leaves and lonely souls less brave. Shall I be a slave forever, sorry, lovesick wretch at her grave? Nothing else for one depraved. But no, that path I shall not pave, but in brooding, no more weeping. I must recall her oft saying, giving strength to assist and save. Death, thou canst not destroy our lives, since many gifts we leave behind. Our good works shine eternal light, sparkling legacies we engraved upon the hearts of those we touched and whose many sins we forgave. Ah, immortal now, not knave. And there you have it.
Nice. Woo woo, yeah.
That
Thank
was
you.
great.
Thank
Yes,
you. Thank you.
love it.
It
Yeah.
definitely has that Poe-esque to it. So
I
Yes.
tried.
Oh, you did. You nailed it. It was great. It was absolutely wonderful. So, Cheryl, what have you got in the works for your books coming up?
Well, right now, my seventh book in the series is with the editor. It's called Macadamia Street Hidden Skeleton, and it has a pirate theme to it. It's set in
Fun.
Cornwall, in Penzance, in fact, of course. And it's coming out on National Talk Like a Pirate Day, which is September 19th.
Awesome. That's perfect.
So
yes, and so oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I
Go
was going
ahead.
to say, in my series, I call them mysteries with a twist of history, because I'm trying to teach kids history in a fun way. I used to be a teacher. I'm a retired teacher of 35 years. And my kids really liked history, but not all kids do. And so I wanted to present some things that I think are interesting in history, such as Edgar Allan Poe, in an entertaining way with a mystery wrapped around it. So that's where I'm coming from.
Yep.
Yes.
It's
And I love that, because I know Jeannie and I have both taught history, and when you can bring things to life, and really, to me, when you're telling history, it's almost bringing in some imagery, and you can make some like real world connections. Kids love it. They absolutely love it.
What I'm trying to do. Absolutely.
Well, you're doing a
Yep.
fantastic job, because
Okay.
Jacaranda Street was amazing. Loved it.
Well, thank you so much. Yeah,
And then we have a couple on chat here.
okay.
I just
Okay.
didn't want to interrupt you real quick
Oh.
before we have to jump off. But I want to tell you this. Steve says the poem starts out very Poe-like with hopelessness and darkness, but it
Right.
seems to get more hopeful as it moves on. He said, "Is that a fair interpretation?"
That's an absolute dead on interpretation, because yeah, when I was researching Poe, I felt so sorry for him. I wanted to go back in time and like become his coffee buddy,
Yes.
take him,
Yeah, he
like
needed a
meet him at the
friend.
coffee shop, not the bar, but the coffee shop every morning, and talk with him. I mean, I felt so terribly for him, and because he was so burdened by his inner demons, and
Mhm.
I've often waited for him to end something in a positive, uplifting way. And of course, his works don't tend to, because he had so many heartaches in his life. So this poem starts out like that, where I'm like at the grave and I'm weeping over the death of my loved one. And then I decide, you know what? I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to remember what that person told me. That person told me that think about the things we left behind for our
Mhm.
loved ones, and take that into your heart, and let that be joyful. Let my memory be joyful, because that's my legacy. That's my immortality. That's why death is not the end. And
Yes.
so that's what the poem was trying to do. So right on, Steve, you nailed that. Yeah, the first one is kind of brooding, and the second one is, I hope, optimistic.
Yeah, we need some optimism in life.
We
And then
certainly do.
Sharon Michaelov
Oh, yeah.
says, "This was great, Cheryl, and I'm really looking forward to the next book."
Thank you, Sharon. Sharon and I are members of Blackbird Writers.
Ooh,
Our slogan is, we bring mystery and mayhem to the world.
Oh, love
absolutely.
that. That's awesome.
Awesome.
There are
Mystery and
20,
mayhem is my good things. Okay.
there are 24 plus one of us Blackbirds. And we're just a really wonderful supportive group. And Sharon is always in there making wonderful comments to me. And Sharon, I really appreciate you attending today, and everyone out there attending. It's very heartwarming that almost 200 years later, we're uplifting Poe. This is just
No.
amazing.
It is. I really don't think there's any other writers that maybe get this much attention.
Right.
There's some phenomenal writers from the
Yes,
past,
Mhm.
but I don't know, Poe just kind of takes it all.
he does. Talk about immortality.
Yes.
on earth. He's achieved that.
Yeah.
He certainly has. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's kind of like we're trying to give him his happy ending that he didn't have in life. So
Exactly.
that's good. And then
Yes.
Wayne says, "Well done, Cheryl. Bravo." He
Thank you,
enjoyed that.
Wayne. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Absolutely. Yeah,
We
Cheryl.
enjoyed it too. Thanks, Cheryl.
Yes, thank you so much for
Great.
joining
Welcome.
us. This was amazing. And
Mhm.
because we love to read Poe's works, but we love to hear Poe-esque works done by modern writers. And it adds so much to the influence that Poe has had on everyone that loves him. So
Yeah,
I
which is
agree.
why we're having the poetry contest
Yes.
that's Poe-esque. So
Thank you.
that's
Thank you. Thank you.
wonderful. Thank you. Thank you.
thank you. And I'm sure we will be in touch soon and
Yes.
talk to you soon. All
Yes.
right.
Yep.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye-bye. All right. So our
Mhm.
next guest is returning from
Yes.
earlier today, and that
Love
is
that, Cheryl.
I
I love her little raven and Poe. It's so cute. Sorry.
know, I know. It's awesome.
Mhm.
Yes, so Dr. Jeff Thompson is back. There he
Back again.
is.
For you.
Back
Well,
again. Check it. It's
yes.
the regular. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
welcome
showing
back.
my age.
And he has a little bit longer time slot this time because
Mhm.
he's going to be reading two more Poe works.
Mhm.
And again, like Jeannie said earlier, both of our favorites, Annabelle
Mhm.
Lee and The Cask of Amontillado. And
Mhm.
that short story is in one of my top 5 favorites of Poe's.
Mine too. Mine too.
So,
Great.
and so Dr. Jeff, whichever one you would like to do first, we're letting you just run the
It-
show. So,
It's your next 20 minutes. So take away and have fun.
yes,
Okay. We probably will have a little bit of time to talk afterwards, too.
yes, yes, absolutely. That sounds great. All right, so take it away.
Now I would like to share with you one of Poe's greatest poems and one of his most unnerving short stories. Let's begin with the poem, which, as I say to my students at Tennessee State University and Nashville State Community College, I call this poem horribly romantic. Annabelle Lee by Edgar Allan Poe. It was many and many a year ago in a kingdom by the sea that a maiden there lived whom you may know by the name of Annabelle Lee. And this maiden she lived with no other thought than to love and be loved by me. I was a child and she was a child in this kingdom by the sea, but we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabelle Lee, with a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that long ago in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabelle Lee, so that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. The angels, not half so happy in heaven, went envying her and me. Yes, that was the reason, as all men know in this kingdom by the sea, that the wind came out of the cloud by night, chilling and killing my Annabelle Lee. But our love, it was stronger by far than the love of those who were older than we, of many far wiser than we. And neither the angels in heaven above, nor the demons down under the sea, can ever dissever my soul from the soul of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. For the moon never beams without bringing me dreams of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. And the stars never rise but I feel the bright eyes of the beautiful Annabelle Lee. And so all the night tide I lie down by the side of my darling, my life and my bride, in her sepulchre there by the sea, in her tomb by the sounding sea.
Gotta give snaps. Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you.
And when was that poem posted? Was it early or I can't remember when he published or when it was written.
It was one of the last things he wrote.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's why I was like, it was like this poem always holds to me like it's kind of an ending,
Hmm.
not only for his love, but kind of for him, just as a goodbye. So it was, it's always one of the most powerful ones for me.
Yeah,
And
I agree.
everybody says, great job with Annabelle E. Bravo. And Jason says it was published after his death, which that's just sad. It was written before, but it was published after. So that's just worse. All
Wow.
right. So I'm going to shut up now. And Dr. Jeff, go for it.
Okay, well, now let's hear another scary story. The Cask of Amontillado by Edgar Allan Poe. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne as best I could, but when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. You, who so well know the nature of my soul, will not suppose, however, that I gave utterance to a threat. At length I would be avenged. This was a point definitively settled, but the very definitiveness with which it was resolved precluded the idea of risk. I must not only punish, but punish with impunity. A wrong is unredressed when retribution overtakes its redresser. It is equally unredressed when the avenger fails to make himself felt as such to him who has done the wrong. It must be understood that neither by word nor deed had I given Fortunato cause to doubt my good will. I continued, as was my habit, to smile in his face, and he did not perceive that my smile now was at the thought of his imminent destruction. He had a weak point, this Fortunato, although in other regards he was a man to be respected and even feared. He prided himself on his connoisseurship in wine. Few Italians have the true virtuoso spirit. For the most part, their enthusiasm is adopted to suit the time and opportunity, to practice imposture upon the British and Austrian millionaires. In painting and gemmary, Fortunato, like his countrymen, was a quack. But in the matter of old wines he was sincere. In this respect I did not differ from him materially. I was skillful in the Italian vintages myself, and bought largely whenever I could. It was about dusk one evening during the supreme madness of the carnival season that I encountered my friend. He accosted me with excessive warmth, for he had been drinking much. The man wore motley like a jester. He had on a tight-fitting, party-striped dress, and his head was surmounted by the conical cap and bells. I was so pleased to see him that I thought I should never have done wringing his hand. I said to him, "My dear Fortunato, you are luckily met. How remarkably well you are looking today. But I have received a pipe of what passes for Amontillado, and I have my doubts." "How? Amontillado? A pipe? Impossible! And in the middle of the carnival!" "I have my doubts, and I was silly enough to pay the full Amontillado price without consulting you in the matter. You were not to be found, and I was fearful of losing a bargain." "Amontillado! I have my doubts. Amontillado! And I must satisfy them. Amontillado! As you are engaged, I am on my way to Lucchese. If anyone has a critical turn, it is he. He will tell me, "Lucchese cannot tell Amontillado from sherry." And yet some fools will have it that his taste is a match for your own. "Come, let us go." "Whither? Where?" "To your vault." "Oh, my friend, no, I will not impose upon your good nature. I perceive you have an engagement. Lucchese, I have no engagement. Come." "My friend, no, it is not the engagement, but the severe cold with which I perceive you are afflicted. The vaults are insufferably damp. They are encrusted with nitre." "Let us go, nevertheless. The cold is merely nothing. Amontillado, you have been imposed upon. And as for Lucchese, he cannot distinguish sherry from Amontillado." Thus speaking, Fortunato possessed himself of my arm. Putting on a mask of black silk and drawing a roquelaire cloak closely about my person, I suffered him to hurry me to my palazzo. There were no attendants at home. They had absconded to make merry in honor of the time. I had told them that I should not return until the morning, and had given them explicit orders not to stir from the house. These orders were sufficient, I well knew, to ensure their immediate disappearance, one and all, as soon as my back was turned. I took from their sconces 2 flambeau torches, and giving one to Fortunato, led him through several suites of rooms to the archway that went into the vaults. I passed down a long and winding staircase, requesting him to be cautious as he followed. We came at length to the foot of the descent, and stood together on the damp ground of the catacombs of the Montresors. The gait of my friend was unsteady, and the bells upon his cap jingled as he strode. "The pipe," he said. "It is farther on, but observe the white web work which gleams from these cavern walls." He turned toward me and looked into my eyes with 2 filmy orbs that distilled the look of intoxication. "Nitre?" he asked at length. "Nitre? How long have you had that cough?" My poor friend found it impossible to reply for many minutes. "It is nothing," he said at last. "Come," I said with decision, "we will go back. Your health is precious. You are rich, respected, admired, beloved. You are happy, as once I was. You are a man to be missed. For me, it is no matter. We will go back. You will be ill, and I cannot be responsible. Besides, there is Lucchesi." "Enough! The cough is a mere nothing. It will not kill me. I shall not die of a cough." "True. True, Fortunato, and indeed I had no intention of alarming you unnecessarily, but you should use all proper caution. A draught of this Medoc will defend us from the damps." Here I knocked off the deck of a bottle which I drew from a long row of its fellows that lay upon the mould. "Drink," I said, presenting him with the wine. He raised it to his lips with a leer. He paused and nodded to me familiarly while his bells jingled. "I drink to the buried that repose around us." "And I to your long life." He again took my arm, and we proceeded. "These vaults are extensive." "The Montresors were a great and numerous family." "I forget your coat of arms." "A huge human foot in a field azure. The foot crushes a serpent rampant whose fangs are embedded in the heel." "And the motto?" "Nemo me impune lacessit." Nobody wrongs me with impunity. "Good," he said. The wine sparkled in his eyes and the bells jingled. My own fancy grew warm with the Medoc. We had passed through walls of piled bones, with casks and puncheons intermingling, into the inmost recesses of the catacombs. I paused again, and this time I made bold to seize Fortunato by an arm above the elbow. "The nitre! See, it increases. It hangs like moss upon the vaults. We are below the river's bed now. The drops of moisture trickle among the bones. Come, we will go back before it is too late. Your cough—" "It is nothing. Let us go on. But first another draught of the Medoc." I broke and released him a flagon of de Grave. He emptied it at a breath. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. He laughed and threw the bottle upwards with a gesticulation I did not understand. I looked at him in surprise. He repeated the movement, a grotesque one. "You do not comprehend?" "Not I." "Then you are not of the Brotherhood." "How?" "You are not of the Masons." "Yes, yes," I said. "Yes, yes." "You? Impossible. A Mason?" "A Mason." "A sign. Give me a sign." "It is this," I answered, producing a trowel from beneath the folds of my roquelaire. "You jest," he exclaimed, recoiling a few paces. "But let us proceed to the Amontillado." "Be it so," I said, replacing the tool beneath the cloak and again offering him my arm. He leaned upon it heavily. We continued our route in search of the Amontillado. We passed through a range of low arches, descended, passed on, and descending again, arrived at a deep crypt in which the foulness of the air caused our flambeaux rather to glow than flame. At the most remote end of the crypt there appeared another, less spacious. Its walls had been lined with human remains, piled to the vault overhead in the fashion of the great catacombs of Paris. 3 sides of this interior crypt were still ornamented in this manner. From the fourth, the bones had been thrown down and lay promiscuously upon the earth, forming at one point a mound of some size. Within the wall thus exposed by the displacing of the bones, we perceived a still interior recess, in depth about 4 feet, in width 3, in height 6 or 7. It seemed to have been constructed for no especial reason or use within itself, but formed merely the interval between 2 of the colossal supports of the roof of the catacombs, and was backed by one of their circumscribing walls of solid granite. It was in vain that Fortunato, uplifting his dull torch, endeavored to pry into the depths of the recess. Its termination the feeble light did not enable us to see. "Proceed," I said. "Herein is the Amontillado. As for Lucchesi—" "He is an ignoramus," interrupted my friend as he stepped unsteadily forward, while I followed immediately at his heels. In an instant he had reached the extremity of the niche, and finding his progress arrested by the rock, stood stupidly bewildered. A moment more, and I had fettered him to the granite. In its surface were 2 iron staples, distant from each other about 2 feet horizontally. From one of these depended a short chain, from the other a padlock. Throwing the links about his waist, it was but the work of a few seconds to secure it. He was too much astounded to resist. Withdrawing the key, I stepped back from the recess. "Pass your hand, Fortunato, over the wall. You cannot help feeling the nitre. Indeed, it is very damp. Once more, let me implore you to return." "No? Well, then I will positively leave you. But I must first render you all the little attentions in my power." "The Amontillado!" exclaimed my friend, not yet recovered from his astonishment. "True," I replied, "the Amontillado." As I said these words, I busied myself among the pile of bones of which I have before spoken. Throwing them aside, I stood uncovered a quantity of building stone and mortar. With these materials, and with the aid of my trowel, I began vigorously to wall up the entrance of the niche. I had scarcely laid the first tier of my masonry when I discovered that the intoxication of Fortunato had in a great measure worn off. The earliest indication I had of this was a low moaning cry from the depths of the recess. It was not the cry of a drunken man. There was then a long and obstinate silence. I laid the second tier, and the third, and the fourth, and then I heard the furious vibrations of the chain. The noise lasted for several minutes, during which, that I might hearken to it with the more satisfaction, I ceased my labors and sat down upon the bones. When at last the clanking subsided, I resumed the trowel, and finished without interruption the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th tier. The wall was now nearly upon a level with my breast. I again paused, and holding the flambeau over the mason work, threw a few feeble rays upon the figure within. A succession of loud and shrill screams, bursting suddenly from the throat of the chained form, seemed to thrust me violently back. For a brief moment I hesitated, I trembled. Unsheathing my rapier, I began to grope with it about the recess, but the thought of an instant reassured me. I placed my hand upon the solid fabric of the catacombs and felt satisfied. I reapproached the wall. I replied to the yells of him who clamored. I re-echoed, I aided, I surpassed them in volume and in strength. I did this, and he grew still. It was now midnight, and my task was drawing to a close. I had completed the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th tier. I had finished a portion of the last, the 11th. There remained but a single stone to be fitted and plastered in. I struggled with its weight. I placed it partially in its destined position. But now there came from out the niche a low laugh that erected the hairs upon my head. It was succeeded by a sad voice which I had difficulty in recognizing as that of the noble Fortunato. The voice said, "A very good joke indeed, an excellent jest. We will have many a rich laugh about it at the palazzo over our wine. The Amontillado, I said. Yes, the Amontillado. But is it not getting late? Will not they be awaiting us at the palazzo, the Lady Fortunato and the rest? Let us be gone. Yes, I said, let us be gone. For the love of God, Montresor! Yes, I said, for the love of God. But to these words I hearkened in vain to a reply. I grew impatient. I called aloud, Fortunato! No answer. I called again, Fortunato! No answer still. I thrust a torch through the remaining aperture and let it fall within. There came forth in return only a jingling of the bells. My heart grew sick on account of the dampness of the catacombs. I hastened to make an end of my labor. I forced the last stone into its position. I plastered it up. Against the new masonry, I re-erected the old rampart of bones. For the half of a century, no mortal has disturbed them. In pace requiescat. Rest in peace.
Yes.
That was amazing. Loved it.
Thank you.
Take that.
Yes.
It's like, oh, and the switching from the characters was phenomenal. It just made it
Yes.
very immersive, and that just made it more for me because Dr. Jeff knows, and I think everybody that's listening, probably that's watched our Poem Plugs, knows I'm not a big fan of listening to stories. But these types of stories, they remind me of the campfire, like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Sitting around the campfire and somebody telling you, and you're like, yeah, who's gonna get it? Get it, get it. Holly goes, the smile at the end. Bravo, Jeff, Cheryl, and Gregory Word Maven. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Gregory, I'll just call you Gregory. Wonderful. Wayne says castastic.
Ah,
I like
Love
that.
that.
Me too. And they love their laugh and love how you use the trowel as the prop. So that's just perfect.
Yes. Yes.
Wonder how many people actually would know what that is, especially the younger generation.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
not a lot of
That's
people would
awesome.
probably recognize that unless they work in construction. I'm just saying.
Yes.
So
or if
once
they have
more,
seen or if they have seen an Edgar Allan Poe movie or Dark Shadows,
That's
because
true.
a couple of characters were walled up several times.
oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
it's
Yeah.
always the wall.
Every time that would happen as I was watching it, for the love of God, I would yell out while I was watching. Oh,
Yeah.
well, Dr. Jeff, what are you
Mhm.
working on right now?
There is a very long, beautifully illustrated interview with me in Wonder Magazine number 18. It's available from Amazon. It has pictures of many of Dan Curtis's productions. The interview is all about Dan Curtis's horror productions. And there are even some TV guide ads for Trilogy of Terror and The Night Stalker and some of the others, and some pictures of my collections here at my house, and one or two of me, and two of Sadie, a Pomeranian dog who is the sweetest little girl in the world. I have shown you Sadie at some of our Zoom meetings.
Mhm.
Yes.
So Wonder number 18 is out right now, and the interview is nominated for a Rondo Award. You've heard
Wow.
of the Rondo
Congratulations.
Hatton Awards for science fiction, fantasy, and horror in
Okay.
books, magazines, movies, TV, podcasts, everything, rondoaward.com. So the interviewer, Mickey Gunter, is nominated for interviewing me. And in a month or so, Wonder number 19 will come out. And there's a shorter interview with me all about Dan Curtis's 1973 TV movie, The Norliss Tapes. And
Nice.
I'd like to show you the books that I have written about Dan Curtis. I've written three: The Television Horrors of Dan Curtis, um, all about the horror productions, about which I first wrote my doctoral dissertation and then reshaped it into a McFarland book.
Okay.
And then House of Dan Curtis, all
Mhm.
about the mysteries and crime dramas from the production house of Dan Curtis.
Mhm.
And finally, Knights of Dan Curtis, all about Curtis's epic productions, his great adaptation of Dracula with Richard Matheson, and
Mhm.
his two World War II miniseries, his Western, and his UFO miniseries, Intruders, They Are Among Us.
Okay.
All of the books are available from Amazon. The first one is available also from McFarlandBooks.com.
Okay.
Um, I've done a lot of work on the productions of Dan Curtis. I've written about them, watched them, studied them, rewatched them ever since I was a teenager. And all three of my books cover all 4 dozen of Curtis's productions. So if you pick up any one of the books, you'll know about all of them. The love stories, the family dramas, the Western, the mysteries, everything, as well as the horror. But as I said, one book focuses a little bit more on horror and another on the mysteries and crime dramas like Come Die With Me. And then the last on the epic um,
Okay.
productions that he did. You know, during and just after the run of Dark Shadows, 1966 to 1971, Dan Curtis directed 2 movies with the TV cast, House of Dark Shadows and Night of Dark Shadows. So
Mhm.
that's how I got the idea to name the second book House of Dan Curtis. So
Yeah.
a fan friend of mine said, well, if you've written House of Dan Curtis, you're going to have to write Night of Dan Curtis.
Yes.
So I wrote Nights, plural, of Dan Curtis,
Mhm.
all about the nights that we spent sitting in front of the TV watching The Winds of War and War and Remembrance.
Yes.
Nice.
Very
That's
cool.
been good. Yes. And Cheryl says, Jeff, I used to run home from school to watch Dark Shadows. Showing my age, I'm going to look for your books. And she also asked, did you have any part of the Tim Burton remake of Dark Shadows with Johnny Depp as Barnabas?
I write about it. I give it a review in this new second edition of my book. All 3 books are now in a revised second edition. Um,
Mm-hmm.
Fans have very mixed and often heated opinions about the movie. It's a good vampire movie and it's a good Tim Burton movie, but it's not necessarily a good Dark Shadows movie because we fans of the show took the show completely seriously. There sometimes was some humor or maybe some unintentional humor, but the actors were playing it straight. They were not sending up or spoofing the material. They were deadly serious, and that's how they were so convincing and drew us into the story. So with the 2012 Tim Burton, Johnny Depp, Dark Shadows, the dramatic parts, the romantic parts, the scary parts are very good, but the rest of it is far too silly to be a serious Dark Shadows movie. But judge for yourself. There are a lot of good aspects of it. The art direction is fantastic. Colin Wood and the town of Collinsport, and Christopher Lee has a part in the movie, so he now is a part of the Dark Shadows universe. But if you want the real thing, watch the daytime Dark Shadows serial. All of it is on DVD, and I think there are some Tubi and Pluto channels that show it. Or watch the outstanding 1991 nighttime revival of the show, starring Ben Cross and horror star Barbara Steele. Sadly, it ran for just 12 episodes, 13 hours. It should have run a lot longer. It was a very good nighttime serial, a great treatment of the show, brought up to date for the 90s and for nighttime, sort of like a dynasty with fangs. So look for that on DVD, or maybe it's streaming somewhere, and take a look at that, and then you will be well versed in Dark Shadows, not to mention the paperback novels, the comic books, the Viewmaster reels, the newspaper comic strips, the games, the puzzles, the masks, the trading cards. Dark Shadows was its own cottage industry back then, and one of the highest rated shows on daytime television. At the peak of its popularity, it commanded 20 million viewers every day. And now today, to get an audience like that, you'd have to have an NCIS episode or a Super Bowl or Academy Awards. But 20 million fans were watching in 1969 during the popular 1897 storyline. And even when the show ended in early 71, it commanded 12 million viewers, which would be fantastic even today.
Mm-hmm.
That is
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah. Can you imagine with all the streaming access how well Dark Shadows would have more of a following even in today's society? Because it's very cultish in its own industry. Because to me, it kind of reminds me of the Star Trek world and its cult following and all that. Because, Dark Shadows was to me more along the lines of like the Munsters, the Addams family, but it had its own unique take. So that's why it was just, it was exciting for me because it was just so not on the same, I guess. It was abnormal to all the other normal that was going on. So, but thank you, Jeff, for,
Yes, thank you.
sharing your wonderful readings with us. And we look forward to it. And we look forward to our Poe and Plug discussions. And we look forward to more of your interviews. And good luck on the
Rhonda.
Rhonda Awards. Yes,
Mhm.
Rhonda.
Yes.
Wanted to make sure I got it correctly. And even Jason said Trekkie approved. I'm like, okay, there we go.
Yes. Oh,
So,
yes. Well, and
but
I also want to remind everybody, Dr. Jeff is a judge for us for the poetry contest.
Right.
And we look forward to that getting started here in just a few days.
Well, thank you
yep.
so much, Jeannie and Carmen. This has
Yes.
been a great day so far, and I can't wait to see what everyone else has to say and read and share with us.
Absolutely. And also too, Dr. Jeff is going to be part of us for our Doomsday event in May, on May 17th, and that
Yep.
will be live streamed as well. So thank you, Dr.
Yep.
Jeff, for being such a great supporter of us. And we love having you in our Poe community.
Yes, we do.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank
Thanks. Talk to
you.
you soon.
Yes,
Bye.
talk to you very soon. Bye-bye. All right, we're gonna jump right in with our next guest. And
It's a video. This should be Keith.
we're gonna move that
Okay.
because
Oh, okay.
right in the waiting room. And so yes, we're gonna do a little
Oh,
shifting.
Cassandra. Okay.
Hey, Cassandra, we're gonna do a little shifting and save Keith Thomas's video for just a little
Okay.
bit later,
Okay.
since Cassandra is right on time in her slot. And Cassandra, welcome. And we're gonna turn it over to you to just give a little short introduction before she shares one of her own poems. And so
Yay.
we're really looking forward to that. We are so excited you're with us today.
Well, thank you
Yes.
so much. This is a really incredible production you've put on here. And I made the horrible mistake of watching since it started this morning. So I am now extremely intimidated.
Oh, no, you're gonna do a beautiful job. You're
So
gonna do
I
a
figured it would be
excellent.
worse to leave you with dead air than to just not show up. So
Oh, no,
It's gonna be
Cassandra,
wonderful. We're excited, and that's the whole part. It's all about just the variety. We
yes,
love the variety.
and Cassandra placed, I think it was second last year in our Poet Like Poe poetry contest. And so she is a beautiful writer. And so we're just gonna let you take it away.
all right, you're very kind. I think it might have only been honorable mention. I don't know if I did as well as all that.
I can't, I thought, yeah, anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
So this poem is very short. It's called Battlefield Cradle. One day, when mushrooms and alders have made loan of immeasurable loss, flowers will bloom, birds will sing, and bees will buzz, shaded by trees who have burrowed their scars and burrowed their roots into bones no one carried home. The real red lines, earth stained with last breaths and blood, and sinking souls who found eternity in mycelium messages and sugar stored for spring, will green in the end. However far afield her children roam, a mother always gathers them home. And that was it.
That's wonderful. I mean, it doesn't matter the length or anything else. It's all about giving the audience emotion. And I think that's one of the things that hits home is it's all about emotion, and I love the background, and any of us has ever had our own battles, whether it be inside ourselves or against something else, but that just really speaks. And
I
Holly
agree.
says that was beautiful, and Jason says very well done, beautiful job. So see, you were worried for nothing. I knew you were going to
Exactly.
do a good job.
Yes. And
So
so, yeah, Cassandra, what are you working on right now?
Well,
mhm.
I have a new book that I'm super excited about. It comes out, we're hoping it comes out on May 5th, which is Indigenous Women's Day.
Okay.
And it's called Ghost Girls and Rabbits. And it's a psychological horror, sort of a literary thriller about the epidemic we have here in North America of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. So
Mhm.
I think
Yeah.
it's going to be, I hope it's going to make even just a small amount of difference. And I think anyone who enjoys horror or mythology or magical realism will hopefully get swept up in it.
Yeah. Oh, that I think it sounds really interesting. And I just finished reading a book for our school book club with our students. It's Warrior Girl Unearthed, and it had some of those notes in it as well for the young adult population. And we had a guest speaker talking about that very subject. And so the students were really interested and didn't realize how much of an issue that is. And so, yeah, I'm anxious to read your book.
Well, that's wonderful. I'm so glad that you introduced your students to that because
Yeah.
it is such a enormous problem that just is not spoken about nearly often enough. And
Yeah,
that's why it's as difficult to tackle as it is.
Yeah. And
absolutely. And I think bringing a diverse topics to students, I think it really helps them to understand the world better. And so, yeah, so I was really happy our librarian picked that book to be part of our book club this year.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I feel like as human beings, we're all born into a room, and every time we learn from a new perspective, a window is opened in that room that we couldn't have seen out of before. And so we just see more and more and more with every
Mm,
new perspective that we open.
absolutely.
yeah. And another thing also is not only is it not talked about, but it's not reported near enough because a lot of a lot of the political avenues between indigenous people and what really goes on is so gray area because of the sovereignty and everything. So it's not a news thing that's usually let out. And it's really sad because, like you said, there's a lot more indigenous disappearing and a lot more missing. And we've all had to deal, especially here in Nashville, because we unfortunately are one of the largest capitals of human trafficking in the United States. So, because we are centrally located, and so I think what you are going to bring maybe hopefully will open the eyes and help for people to see more. And like you said, open a window, open a door, take down the walls, not even be in a room, just blow it wide open. So everybody can see that there's more out there and more to find and more to experience. And you've got a lot of great people on chat saying that it was a wonderful job, beautiful imagery, reading, very well done. Steve said very captivating, makes him want to hear more. and then Wayne says, great job, very well done. So I wholeheartedly agree and can't wait to hear more later.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I'll look
Absolutely.
forward to the rest of the poems today and
Yes,
stories.
and thank you so much for joining us. We're so excited to have you, and we look forward to your book coming out in May.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes.
All
Have a
right.
good day,
Yes,
Cassandra.
thank you. All right, so we're gonna shift a little bit as well. We're
Mhm.
gonna bring on one more guest that I think timing wise was a little bit later, but he is here and it's a special treat that we're going to be doing. And then we're going to get back to Keith's video right after Mr. Tommy Burnett, who I am bringing into the
Ooh.
Zoom right now.
Yay! Yeah, we're breaking up the poetry, but we
Yes,
can call it poetry in motion.
yes, I like that, Jeannie.
Yes, we're going to call it poetry in motion.
Yes, welcome, Tommy.
Hello.
Hey, we're so glad you were able to join us today. And Tommy is a magician, and
Mm-hmm.
he is going to bring us a little Poe magic.
Yes. We can't wait.
Yes.
Yeah, whenever you're ready for me.
Yeah, we're ready.
You-
We're
You're
absolutely ready.
Go
Right
for
now.
it. Take it.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay,
if
perfect.
you're ready right now, go for it.
Yeah.
I am. Okay, so, hi, thank you for having me.
Yes.
I'm gonna change my camera
Okay.
like that. There we go.
Ooh, yay.
And yes, so, this box, I don't know the exact origin of this box. This was given to me by my late grandmother,
Okay.
who knew that I liked Poe, and it contains some really interesting things. So hopefully you will enjoy this. But before I open the box, I just want to say, and so being young and dipped in folly, I fell in love with melancholy. And hopefully you recognize that
Yes.
reference. I
Yes.
figured you might. I figured you might. So inside, of course, is a lovely illustration of
Mhm.
Mr. Poe. So I'm just going to leave that here. It'll be out of shot, but it is there. It's not really necessary for what I'm going to say, but this is everything that came in the box when it was given to me. There's a mini book of poems with
Oh, that's so neat.
4 stories. The Raven,
Oh, yeah. The Telltale
Tom
Heart.
Mhm.
Death, Montriano, and Master of the Death. Four of my favorite stories.
Mhm.
Now, this is an interesting piece. I have no proof of this being real, but it was in the box. I have tried researching it for the last 10 years, and they could just be fancy nails, but it was it was told to me that these were coffin nails, and
Mm-hmm.
these in particular inspired the story of the premature burial.
Okay. Okay.
That's
I
cool.
don't know if that's true, but it was it was in the box.
All
Right?
right.
Good story.
Now,
He goes with it.
yes. So now we come to the fun part. Um, yeah, and you can get that out of the way. Um, in here, this is sort of a premonition, perhaps, and
Okay.
I'm going to leave that in plain sight. Okay. And in here, carefully wrapped, are some arcane cards. Yep.
Cool.
Fold this up with a bit of respect. And
I feel like there
this,
should be gothic music playing in the background.
I know, I have some, but I
That's
didn't
okay.
want to.
It's all
Yeah,
good.
no,
It's all good.
yeah,
I've got it
I
playing in
want.
my head, so we're good.
Yes.
I wanted you to be able to hear what I was saying. So, but these are basically different stories by Mr. Poe. It's the oval portrait,
Mhm.
the golden bug, Annabelle Lee. An interesting thing about this, personally, my father was an actor and my mother was a dancer, choreographer, and they used to perform Annabelle Lee together as a couple
Nice.
back in the 70s and 80s. Telltale Heart, one of my favorite stories. I actually did the Telltale Heart as a monologue in high school and got an A. So
Nice.
very had to slip that in. I got an A.
Hey, as teachers, we appreciate that.
Yes.
Yeah. The Raven, Pit and the Pendulum,
Ooh.
Premature Burial. So you can see there are a lot in here. Mask of the Red Death, and then we're back to Oval Portrait.
Okay.
So I may need to pull this out a little bit so you can see everything. Maybe not quite yet. Let's see. There we go.
There we go.
Now, there is or there was a ritual where you would place cards down almost like a tarot reading type scenario. And you would place the cards out like this. And as a ceremony or out of respect for the four directions, you would turn each corner face down. Now, who would like to be my volunteer for this?
Jeannie, do you want
Carmen?
to? No, you do it. You do it.
Okay, I'll do it.
Okay, Jeannie. So, first of all, thank you for helping me because
You're welcome.
this won't work if it's just by myself. Okay. Come on, babe. Hop up. Come on. Sorry, my dog is excited because I'm talking. So
Understand.
Jane,
Mhm.
yeah. We're gonna mix these up. And the way we're gonna mix them up is basically up to you, but based on the ancient ceremony, we're going to fold the cards in on themselves. So in other words, you can take this column and fold it that way, or you can take this row and fold it that way. So Jeannie, for your first move, we can let you go from my left to the middle, my right to the middle, my top to the middle, or my bottom to the middle.
Left to the middle, please.
Left to the middle. So we'll
Mhm.
put all of these over like that. So now we have a completely new configuration. And again, same rules apply. We can let you go right to left, left to right, top to bottom, or bottom to top.
Okay, bottom to top, please.
Or bottom to middle, sorry.
Oh, yeah, bottom. Yeah, middle.
Yeah. So once again, a new configuration.
Mhm.
Left to right, right to left, top to bottom, bottom to top.
Right to left, please.
Right to left. And keep in mind that you are making all the decisions. Yeah. And so
Okay.
the final one is bottom to top or top to bottom.
Top to bottom, please.
Excellent.
Okay.
So the ritual is done,
Mhm.
and let's see what has transpired. Let's give us a cut, and we'll fan these out. Oh, you know what? I think I might have. Let's start this again. I apologize. I don't know what happened there, but that is not what was supposed to happen. So
Oh,
let's try this again. I have done this so many times, and this has never happened before.
well, it is
So
me,
maybe
so
no, I would never say it was your fault, but maybe
Blame it on Jeannie.
that's right.
maybe Mr. Paul is not happy with what I'm doing. But let's
Ooh.
yeah, let's try this again.
Okay.
And yeah, just work on this. Yep. And yeah, we'll try this again. Let's try switching it around. That might have been the problem. Would you like to go left to right, top to middle, bottom to middle, or right to middle?
Let's go top to middle.
Top to middle, okay. And hopefully it will work this time. Okay, and bottom up, middle down, left to right to left.
Right to left, please.
To left, you got it. Okay, and bottom up, top down.
Left to right, please.
Oh, sorry, I forgot about that. Yeah, I know we have top down, bottom up.
Bottom up, please.
Bottom up, you got it. Okay, this is what we were looking for. Now, let's recap real fast. Aside from the mistake that I made, I've been trying to influence you this whole time. And where's that back? We'll put that back in view. I've been trying to influence you this whole time. I don't know if you know this, but I have a Edgar Allan Poe mug, and
I wondered.
I've been drinking out of it occasionally. And on here it actually does say the raven,
Nice.
and there's a
Mhm.
nice picture of
That's
the
really
raven.
pretty.
Yeah, thank you. And if we slowly spread these colors out, there's only one color facing up. All the other colors are facing down, and the only one facing up is the raven.
Nice.
Now, here's the thing, because you could have stopped on any of these. There was this bag in the box from the very beginning.
Mhm.
So even if I wasn't influencing you with this mug, there was inside this bag that he did open a genuine raven skull.
Nice.
Very cool.
That
Thank
influence
you.
was bad.
Thank you for indulging a middle-aged man on a Saturday
That
with
was
some
great.
magic and
It's fun. I enjoyed it. It was good. Thank you.
Yeah,
And
thank
the Raven, of course, is one of the favorites that we love from Edgar Allan
yes,
Poe. So
yes.
there
And
you
it
go.
will be read later today.
Yes, it
oh,
will.
nice. I can't wait.
Yep.
Yeah, that
So thank
actually
you
is
for joining us, Tommy.
Yes,
Thank
thank you so
you.
much, Tommy. This was great.
Yep. Yeah, we got some comments. Matthew gave you 5 claps.
Thank you.
Wayne says the mystery and mischief of magic is afoot. And
Yes.
then Tommy tells us about your journeys in magic. Where have you traveled? Wayne would like to know, where have you traveled and
Wow.
your journeys in magic.
Thank you, Wayne. Good question. I have traveled 48 out of 50 states.
Ooh.
And I've traveled to, and this is all performing magic. Um, uh, England, Italy, Germany, and Sweden are all places that I've performed. I'm actually more popular outside of the US than
Well,
I
nothing
don't know
wrong with
why,
that.
but yes. Um, yeah, so yeah, I've been doing magic almost 50 years, so that means I'm well over 50.
Hey, age is just a number that we don't talk about at a certain age. That's all I gotta say.
That's right. Yes.
It's all about the experience.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. And I have a lot.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. And maybe why you're so
Right, yeah.
popular is that in the United States, we have a plethora of magicians. You know, we've
Yeah.
got all that kind of stuff. So that's probably why that there's
It
not
could
that
be.
many
Yeah.
outside.
It could be, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
So
Although
good.
there are a lot around the world, it's you'd be surprised. It's a really big
Industry.
profession.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are a lot, there's thousands of us. Thousands.
Thousands, too many. That's all right. That's
Oh,
okay. The more the merrier is what I gotta
exactly.
say.
I totally agree. Totally agree.
And Holly says she watches Tommy on Wednesdays. She has so much fun.
Oh, nice.
So
Yeah. Hi, Holly. Yes.
yeah. So
Holly Knightley, one of my favorite authors.
Yes,
yeah,
it's amazing.
we love her too.
Yes.
Yes.
She's one of our favorites.
So Tommy, where can people watch you on Wednesday nights?
Mhm.
Okay, so online there's a free magic show called, we changed the name to Open Mic Magic Theater. And
Okay.
you can find it on Facebook if you type in Open Mic Magic Theater. It will come up, and they ask that you get a free ticket in advance so they know who's going to be there.
Okay.
It's sort of a security thing because we have been Zoom bombed in the past
Okay.
by,
That makes sense. Yeah.
yeah, by some very unsavory people.
Okay.
And it was very, very disarming and sad. So we take that kind of pretty seriously. But it's a great time. We have up to 10, 12 performers in like an hour and a half time frame. And we combine, I had my own show and my friend Kevin had his show, and we decided to combine them. They were on different nights. So now it's Wednesday at 3 p.m. Well, yeah, the time change kind of messed things up because in the UK they haven't gone forward yet. They're going forward tomorrow, I think. So it should be back to normal now, but Eastern time, 3 p.m. So it would be 2 p.m. for
Central.
Central, 1 p.m. Pacific, and 9 p.m. I believe for the UK. But
Okay. Okay.
yeah, but you can definitely find it on Facebook, and you can look me up on Facebook, Tommy Burnett. It'll probably be on my Facebook page as
All
well.
right.
So yeah,
Perfect.
That's
Sounds
great.
good.
Yes. We
Thank you.
appreciate you coming on and bringing us a
Mhm.
little Poe magic.
Yes, we
my
enjoyed
pleasure.
it.
Well,
So we will.
I'm glad. That would be pretty bad if you hated it. So
Oh, no, no, no.
No.
We loved it. Yes, it was
thank you
Yes,
awesome.
so
even though
much.
you were influencing me
Yes.
Yeah.
with your coffee cup and stuff. I understand. That's okay. But we hope you join us again on Poe Unplugged, and
Yes.
we hope to
Absolutely.
see you just hanging out with us. And
I'm
we
sorry
like
I
that
missed.
you
I'm
are.
sorry I
Okay,
missed the last. I missed the last one. I think
that's
you
all
have
right.
one on Wednesday. Yeah.
Okay.
I actually was working, so I couldn't make it. But
I
Yeah.
I'll try
understand.
and make
Hopefully
the
next
next.
month.
Uh,
Hopefully next month
yeah,
in April.
definitely. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So,
Thank you, guys.
well,
Yeah.
thank
Thank
you.
you.
Talk to you later,
All
Tommy.
right. Yes. We'll
Okay.
see
Bye
you
bye.
later. See you soon.
See ya.
Bye.
All right. So our next guest, we shifted a little bit and we're going to jump right in. And that is going to be Mr. Keith Thomas. And before we start, Keith was our very first
Mm-hmm.
person to come join us on Poe Unplugged. So
Yep.
he is very near and dear to our heart because he's been with us since the beginning. And I mean,
Yeah.
everyone is near and dear to our heart, but because he's OG, I guess you could say, he's an OG at O Unplugged.
Yes.
And
He's
so,
a OG.
yes, and so he did a video for Pose Alone. And so I'm going to
Mhm.
show that now.
Awesome.
Give me just a moment to share my screen.
And Keith joins us in the Eastern time zone in Virginia. So
Yes,
he's close to Pois world over there.
yes. And here we go.
Okay. Alone by Edgar Allan Poe. From childhood's hour, I had not been as others were. I had not seen as others saw. I could not bring my passions from a common spring, from the same source I had not taken. My sorrow I could not awaken, my heart to joy at the same tone. Love, a love alone. This, then in my childhood, in the dawn, the most stormy life was drawn from ever depth of good and ill, the mystery which binds me still. From the torrent or the fountain, from the red cliff of the mountain, when the sun around me rolled, in the autumn tint of gold, and the lightning in the sky, as it passed me flying by, but the thunder and the storm, the cloud that took the form, the rest of heaven was blue, for the demon in my feet.
Right. Did that come through okay? Because I saw a little glitch and I just wanted to make sure, Jeannie, that you saw everything.
I think so. There was a little glitch where it was like really low, but then it got really loud.
Okay.
And it looked like there was more left on the video before it stopped.
Okay.
So
But
I'm not sure.
it did come all the way through because I could hear it, but I'm on my end. I could hear.
Yeah, I could hear it, but like I said, it was low.
Mhm.
And Jason says it was a little choppy, but we got it.
Okay.
So,
All right. Good deal. Yes. And so we love that version that Keith did. I love the empty chair and just the
mhm,
candle. I mean, it just the ambiance was perfect. So Keith, thank you
yeah,
so much for sending
yes,
that.
that was great. It really gave us a visual, not just the poem, but just the visual
Mhm.
of the lonely chair.
Yes, the setting. Yes.
Hmm.
All right. So our next few readers are video, and the next one is Dwight McPherson, who is a dynamic duo for
Hmm.
HP Comics. Jeannie, do you want to talk about him just for just a minute? And before I pull up his
Play
video.
as okay, yeah. HP Comics is we had them on our Poe discussions. So I think that was back this past season.
I believe so.
Might have been, yeah, this past season. He and
Mhm.
his wife were on there and they do wonderful work. You need to go check them out at info.hpcomics@gmail.com or just HP Comics on the web. You can find their work there.
And
Dwight and his wife, Rebecca,
Mhm. And they're
and
on
they do,
Instagram.
yeah, they're on Instagram, on social media. You can find them. And he's going to be reciting for us a dream within a dream.
Yes.
So, and it's going to, once more, we all know Poe loves the dream within the dream. And we started it off with a dream within a dream. And we're going to continue having our dreams within a dream.
Yes.
So,
It's
and without,
real.
yeah. So we enjoyed having the HP Comics join us, and we hope they stick around and join us more in the future and check out everything they have.
Yes, and they have a Poe comic series,
Mhm.
and I do have a little trailer that we can show right after Dwight's video before, and then Rebecca's video is a little bit later because we have a few
Mhm.
people between.
Yep.
So, all right, so let me share my screen.
And don't forget to full size it.
Yes. All right, I need to check one thing. I always check for sound to make sure
Mhm.
that we are good. All right, so here is Dwight McPherson with A Dream Within a Dream.
Hi, my name
Awesome.
is Dwight L. McPherson. I am a writer. I am an editor. I am the publisher of hpcomics.net. You can check us out over there. I would like to thank our friends Carmen and Jeannie for inviting us to be a part of this Poe-it, like Poe, live reading event. Thanks very much. We appreciate your support in everything that we're doing. Today I will read a poem by Edgar Allan Poe titled A Dream Within a Dream. Take this kiss upon the brow, and in parting from you now, thus much let me avow. You are not wrong who deem that my days have been a dream. Yet if hope has flown away in a night or in a day, in a vision or in none, is there therefore the less gone? All that we see or seem is but a dream within a dream. I stand amid the roar of a surf-tormented shore, and I hold within my hand grains of the golden sand. How few, yet how they creep through my fingers to the deep, while I weep, while I weep. Oh God, can I not grasp them with a tighter clasp? Oh God, can I not save one from the pitiless wave? Is all that we see or seem but a dream within a dream? Dream Within a Dream was a big inspiration on my graphic novel, The Imaginary Voyages of Edgar Allan Poe. And though it actually begins with the first line from The Raven, which hopefully everybody that's watching this can quote, "Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary." And that's the beginning of our tale. The book has been featured in the Library of Virginia, their event Poe Man Myth Monster. And it also won the Poe Society of Baltimore's Saturday Visitor Award. So please, there's 3 books. It is an epic tale. It's been called Alice in Wonderland meets The Lord of the Rings. I think that's pretty adequate. But I hope you'll check it out. It's hpcomics.net. Thanks again for having us be a part of this wonderful event.
Yay! That was so cool. I love it.
Yes, and yes, so definitely check out their series and let me pull up the little trailer and give me just a moment.
Yeah, it's amazing how popular graphic novels have come.
Absolutely, and young people love them. Absolutely.
Most definitely.
So the trailer is, or yes, this little trailer is on YouTube, and so I got the ad. I skipped the ad before. I'm going to share my
Well, that's
screen.
good.
Yes,
I don't like commercials, much less ads.
exactly. All right, so let me share my screen again.
Mhm.
There it is. Okay, here we go. And I will.
Once upon a midnight drip, while I'm haunted, weak and weary.
Excellent.
Very cool. Very
Mhm.
cool.
Yep.
Okay. So thank you, Dwight, for your rendition of A Dream Within a Dream. We like
Yes.
hearing different people read different Poe stories and poems because it brings to life new things. And sometimes two, three different people reading something might set with you more than it did with someone else and vice versa. So it's kind of cool.
Well, it also goes to show that you also have interpretations of how different people feel about what they're reading. So that's great. And uh, Dwight says, "Thank you for having us. You are so welcome. We definitely appreciate it." And so Jason's gonna jump off, but he said he'll be back. He better be back, Jason.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
he will be with us at 1:40. So
I know. So yeah, we appreciate Hocus Pocus Comics
yes.
joining us, and we love running into them and getting to know them, and we hope to have them back on the show many more times, and can't wait to see more that they have coming out.
Absolutely. And so we'll hear from Dwight's wife, Rebecca, in just a little bit, very soon.
Yeah.
And so our next guest is Season, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing it correctly, Chikanowski. And she and her husband, Thad, are Poe movies. Jeannie, do you
Poe
want to talk about
movies.
that a little bit while I'm pulling up her
They read the
video?
Conqueror.
Absolutely. Poe movies, you can find, they have their own YouTube great video archive. They have almost all of the greats on there for Poe. They definitely did the Telltale Heart, so you definitely need to go check it out. They make
Yes.
these movies to help use them in the classroom as teaching tools, and they've gotten Emmy. I believe they won an Emmy for one, and
They
they've
were
been
nominated.
nominated.
Yes. Uh-huh. And they did
So,
win a Saturday Visitor Award as well for
mhm.
the Telltale Heart, I believe.
Yes, and so you can catch them on their own YouTube channel. They've got some great videos to check out, and they are working on something right now. So I'm not going to talk a lot about that. I'll let them advertise it on their YouTube and when
Mhm.
we talk to them again. And so, but yeah, Poe Movies is an awesome website. It's I think one of the first ones I stumbled across on YouTube before we started all this.
Mm-hmm. Um, yes, their work is excellent. And what I love is their huge focus is Poe and his works, but also they do other poets.
Mhm.
They do historical like times of the year, and their latest was the kind of the top female poets for Women's History Month of March. And so you've got to check it out. And I know one of the videos that I just watched not that long ago, Season sometimes like takes a poem and breaks it down with an English teacher's purview, and because she was a teacher, and so it's excellent, and you can get so many different things from watching their videos.
Yep.
They're
It's a
and they're
great.
awesome people too. So
Mhm.
all right, are we ready? I've got it. I've got her video ready, and she is going to do the
The
Conqueror
Conqueror
Worm.
Worm.
So this will be cool to see her version of that poem. All right,
Mhm.
here we go.
Good. Let's go.
I'm going to read The Conqueror Worm by Edgar A. Poe. Lo, 'tis a gala night within the lonesome latter years. An angel throng bewinged, bedight in veils and drowned in tears, sit in a theater to see a play of hopes and fears, while the orchestra breathes fitfully the music of the spheres. Mimes in the form of God on high mutter and mumble low, and hither and thither fly, mere puppets they who come and go at bidding of vast formless things that shift the scenery to and fro, flapping from out their condor wings in visible woe. That motley drama, oh, be sure it shall not be forgot, with its phantom chased forevermore by a crowd that sees it not, through a circle that ever returneth into the selfsame spot, and much of madness and more of sin and horror the soul of the plot. But see, amid the mimic rout, a crawling shape intrude, a blood-red thing that writhes from out the scenic solitude. It writhes with mortal pangs, the mimes become its food, and the angels sob at vermin fangs in human gore imbued. Out, out are the lights, out all, and over each quivering form the curtain, a funeral pall, comes down with the rush of a storm, and the angels, all pallid and wan, uprising, unveiling, affirm that the play is the tragedy man, and the hero, the conqueror worm. Now that's kind of a poem, obviously, about death and its ability, obviously, to conquer us and devour us. But I wanted to follow it up with a poem where someone basically kind of takes a stoic stance in the face of death. So I decided to follow it up with a poem called by Edna St. Vincent Millay called Dirge Without Music. It's one of my favorite poems, and it's actually one that I got to read out loud at one of our pets' funerals this week. And this is how it goes. Dirge Without Music by Edna St. Vincent Millay. I am not resigned to the shutting away of loving hearts in the hard ground. So it is, and so it will be, for so it has been, time out of mind. Into the darkness they go, the wise and the lovely, crowned with lilies and with laurel they go, but I am not resigned. Lovers and thinkers, into the earth with you. Be one with the dull, the indiscriminate dust. A fragment of what you felt, of what you knew, a formula, a phrase remains, but the best is lost. The answers, quick and keen, the honest look, the laughter, the love, they are gone. They are gone to feed the roses. Elegant and curled is the blossom. Fragrant is the blossom, I know, but I do not approve. More precious was the light in your eyes than all the roses in the world. Down, down, down into the darkness of the grave. Gently they go, the beautiful, the tender, the kind. Quietly they go, the intelligent, the witty, the brave. I know, but I do not approve, and I am not resigned. So that was it. I hope you guys have a really fun time. I'm sorry I couldn't read live for you guys, but we had some things come up here in our family that we had to address. But you guys have a good time. I hope you enjoyed these poems. We'll see you soon. I'm going to read The Conqueror Worm by Ed.
Awesome.
Yes. That was very awesome. And I love the second poem that she did to pair with that. That was amazing.
Yeah, it went so well with it. And it brought out that, death is something that we have to accept that it's going to happen, but we don't have to resign ourselves to it.
Absolutely.
We can fight and fight. Oh, Steve says, here is how scarily efficient YouTube's algorithm works. After we heard the reading of Cask of Amontillado, I now receive a suggestion from YouTube that I watch a video about Mason's secrets.
Oh,
Well,
that's
never
great.
know, Steve. So now you'll probably have, after this one, you'll probably have all kinds of Conqueror Worm themes popping up.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
That'd be interesting.
All right.
But thank you, Susan. We enjoyed
Yes.
both poems. You did a wonderful job, and
As always, yes.
send our love and support to anything that's going on. We hope and pray
Absolutely.
for the best.
Absolutely. And we will talk to you soon. And
Mhm.
she and Thad are judges for the
Yes,
Like Poe poetry contest. So they did
yes,
an awesome job.
they're another of our Poe peoples.
Yes. All right. So our next guest is again, he sent in a video. He was not going to be able to make it today live, and that is Mr. Levi Leland. And
Oh, did he
I
change?
mean,
He just couldn't make it because it's got it different on mine that it was live.
yes,
So I guess
yes,
he couldn't make it.
he
Okay.
he sent a video in, and
Oh,
so
okay.
sorry, I thought I told you, but that's okay.
No, that's okay.
So yes, and so I'm gonna pull up his video, and so Jeannie, would you like to talk about Levi and what he has had going on lately, which is very exciting.
Well, Levi Leland, we have known him for a while also. He hails from the great state of Rhode Island, the ocean state, even though it's like this little. Okay. But anyway, Levi is very interesting in what he does because he does tours, and those tours connect Edgar Allan Poe to someone we talked about earlier with the poem Alone. I can't remember her name. It's Whitman. What's her first name?
Sarah Helen Whitman. Yes.
Sarah Helen Whitman. Thank you. I
Yes.
knew it was
No, and
Whitman. I just couldn't
yeah, well,
remember
the
it.
poem, the poem that Alex read for Helen, the second version of
Yeah.
it.
So the other version is to Sarah Helen Whitman that Poe wrote, and she's the one that created the, wonders of trying to conjure him after his death because her love was so strong. But Levi himself wrote an essay recently that was published in a book, and I can't remember what the title of it is. I'm
More
sorry,
Than
Levi.
Love. I believe it was More Than Love.
Yes.
And he wrote a biography on Poe, and it is on Amazon for pre-order at this time.
Yes.
So
So
we
go
were
check it
very
out. You can look
excited
up
to
under
hear
his name, I think.
about that. Yes.
And so Levi is delving through the world of both history with Whitman and with Poe. So if
Yes.
you're ever in Rhode Island, Providence specifically, I believe, right? It's
Yes.
Providence.
Correct.
Yeah, go check out his walking tours. I think he does little ghost tales in there too.
Uh,
It's,
it's more really about Poe and Sarah Helen Whitman,
yeah.
and it is an amazing tour. My husband and I took it, and you think you know so much about Poe, being a Poe fanatic, scholar, whatever you want to call it.
Mhm.
But I learned so much from his tour. He is very thorough with all of his information, and it's just amazing. He's amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you're ever over in the Rhode Island area, go check him out and check him out on Amazon with his Poe essays with the book.
And the
What was
biography,
it called again?
More Than Love.
More Than Love. Thank you.
There's a second part of the title, but I don't recall it off the top of
Yeah,
my head.
I can't either.
I don't have all my books with me to show it, but
Yes, you're not at home to get your books in order.
that's
I mean,
right.
come on.
All
That's
right,
okay.
so here we go, and Levi is going to read for Annie.
All right.
Hey, Jeannie. Hey, Carmen. Thanks for having me a part of this event again this year. I'm very excited to share For Annie with you guys today. For Annie is like in my top 5, maybe even top 3 favorite Poe poems. There's just something about it that I've always been drawn to. And then knowing the backstory with Annie Richmond of Lowell, Massachusetts, the young woman that Poe is just enamored with in the last 2 years of his life, really makes the poem that much more significant. He called her my pure, beautiful angel, and among many other flattering titles. And even while he was engaged to Sarah Helen Whitman, my girl, and Sarah Elmira Royster in those last, in 1848 and 1849, he was still pursuing Annie. He was still asking about Annie. And I don't know if it was just purely because she was the unattainable woman in his life that he pursued her that much harder and that much stronger. But he just couldn't have her. She was married. She had a child, and she just wouldn't leave her husband for him. Which, who can blame her, right? But before I get too ahead of myself and start giving everybody a Poe lecture, let me share the poem for Annie. Thank heaven, the crisis, the danger is past, and the lingering illness is over at last. And the fever called living is conquered at last. Sadly, I know I am shorn my strength.
Carmen, the video's frozen.
Full length.
Okay. All right,
But
hold on just
no
a
matter,
moment.
I feel I am better.
Okay.
Did it come back on?
Yeah, when you stopped it, it went right back to where he's now talking, but he got frozen there for a couple
Okay, here we
moments.
go.
So,
I
yeah.
rest so composedly now in my bed that any beholder might fancy me dead, might start at beholding me, thinking me dead. The moaning and groaning, sighing and sobbing are quieted now with that horrible throbbing. At heart, that horrible, horrible throbbing. The sickness, the nausea, the pitiless pain have ceased with the fever that maddened my brain, with the fever called living that burned my brain. And oh, of all tortures, that torture the worst has abated the terrible torture, thirst. For the Naphthaline river of passion accursed, I have drunk of a water that quenches all thirst, of a water that flows with a lullaby sound from a spring but a very few feet underground, from a cavern not very far down underground. And let it never be foolishly said that my room it is gloomy and narrow my bed. For man never slept in a different bed, and to sleep you must slumber in such a bed. My tantalized spirit here blandly reposes, forgetting or never regretting its roses, its old agitations of myrtles and roses. For now, while so quietly lying, it fancies a holier odor about it of pansies, a rosemary odor commingled with pansies, with rue and the beautiful Puritan pansies. and so it lies happily bathing in many a dream of the truth and the beauty of Annie, drowned in a bath of the tresses of Annie. She tenderly kissed me, she fondly caressed, and then I fell asleep gently on her breast, deeply to sleep from the heaven of her breast. When the light was extinguished, she covered me warm, and she prayed to the angels to keep me from harm, to the queen of the angels to shield me from harm. And I lie so composedly now in my bed, knowing her love, that you fancy me dead. And I rest so contentedly now in my bed, with her love at my breast, that you fancy me dead. That you shudder to look at me, thinking me dead. But my heart, it is brighter than all of the many stars of the sky, for it sparkles with Annie. It glows with the light of the love of my Annie, with the thought of the light of the eyes of my Annie. Yeah, that's a deep one coming from Poe. I think it really testifies to Poe's really deep love and admiration for Annie Richmond. So I hope you guys enjoyed that little recording. I hope I didn't talk too much. Carmen, so excited for your book. I can't wait. I'm shamelessly plugging it for you if you haven't done it already. Really looking forward to it. You guys are just awesome. I love what you guys do. Your programs and your content are such a contribution to the Poe community, and we are forever grateful for you guys. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Levi. That
Yes.
so much to me.
Yes, Levi. He's a sweetheart. We love him.
Yes, he is amazing, and his work to the Poe community also has been absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to read his biography that he did.
Yes,
So
me
I've
too.
already pre-ordered it. I pre-ordered it the day that he announced it.
Yes. Yeah, I think we actually had him on the show, wasn't it? On the show the day it was released? Or it was supposed to be, he announced the release date. Yeah.
Yes, yes. So, all
Yeah.
right. Thank you again, Levi. That was awesome. And so we're going to shift a little bit. We kind of got caught up with one, and so we're going to have Jason come on with his time slot, and then we'll show Rebecca's right after Jason, just so we can keep everybody who are in the Zoom room, the waiting room, to
So the green room, it's our green room.
yes, the green room, absolutely. So without further ado, here is Jason Markiewicz live with us. And he should be jumping in here in just there he is.
I thought, did he change his mind? Come on, Jason.
No.
There he is.
Hey,
Jason.
Jason.
Hello.
Hi. We're
So,
glad you joined us.
Yeah,
yes.
thank you for having me.
Yes, we're so happy that you are with us today. And so if you want to we'll turn it over to you, do a little introduction, and then share what you're going to read today.
Sure. First, hey, this is a great event. I've really enjoyed being on for the last about hour and a half or some odd, and seeing all the different readings and performances and everything that was being done so far. Really have been putting on a great event. So thanks for the time. So I'm glad to be able to be here today, because part of what I think is so great about what you're doing is it incorporates both original works. We heard the story from Dr. Jeff, I think it was, with the Cask of Amontillado. It was done so well, and a lot of the Poe poems, but then also original pieces. So it's just really it shows, like I think you mentioned earlier, how here we are a couple hundred years later, basically, and Poe's work is still alive, and it's the legacy. So this one is a poem I wrote. A little backstory on this is I have a book coming out in May that is that I've been working on honestly for more than 20 years. And it isn't a constant work in progress, but it's one of those that you start working on something, and then after a while you're like, well, I don't know if I'm going to actually do this or not, and it just takes a back burner for a while, and then you decide someday that what, it's time. And that's kind of where we are with this one right now. And as I was deployed in the country of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and then the region of Kosovo, which is now independent from Serbia, this is back in 2002 and 2003. I wrote a variety of poems and took a bazillion pictures while I was out there. And I incorporated some of that into a book that I have coming out called Sarajevo Roses, Poetry from a War Zone. And one of these, which I wrote a few in here that I think were very much reflective of what I was seeing in the area, that had a very haunting kind of supernatural aspect built into it, and I think it works really well in the Poe genre. And one of them specifically is very overtly Poe, and it's even called House of Usher, about a house that I saw that just immediately spoke to me in the same mode with some of the features and identifications and things. And I really wrote some of the House of Usher themes into that poem. But this one here is based on a place that we were taken that was theoretically a mass grave. And there were a significant number of mass graves that had been discovered over the course of time, as Slobodan Milosevic's crew, when they were basically running an ethnic genocide around Kosovo, you would end up with just mass casualties, and they would just be put into ditches. And so we had this environment where we were being taken around to really see and experience some of the locations that we were asked to be in. And so one of the locations we were was considered to be one of the mass grave sites. And so it just kind of spoke to me while I was there, and it inspired this work. So without further ado, Mass Grave Beneath the Snow. The wind breathed through my hair as angels passed gently by. My eyes clenched shut out of respect for those who didn't want to die. And on the air, there came a sound, a whimper, and then a hush. A teenage boy and then his father seemed to be in such a rush. They darted across the lonely trenches on the ground where evil stood. Do I call out? Do I ask their names? Or do I let them go for good? Did they see me standing there? Did they wonder why I came? When the child looked back into my eyes, did he wonder quite the same? And in an instant, they disappeared, almost as quick as they'd arrived. Those sad and lonely apparitions who didn't know they'd even died. I'm not quite sure if anyone else had heard or seen them go, but I know what caught my eyes today by that mass grave beneath the snow. Back to you guys.
It's okay. Sorry, it just took me a minute because thankfully Jason shared his work with me before he was publishing, so I could, give some feedback. And I think, yeah, Carmen too. That one really spoke to the history person in me, because Civil War, the United States Civil War, has always been kind of one of my historical points that I like to cover, especially when I'm teaching and talking about mass graves, and especially those like genocide and all that. It's very heartbreaking, and your voice and the writing and it was very Poe, because I could see it's like you could put that poem in any time period and it would fit with no matter what, because tragedy like that transcends time, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it just is one that I
And this
thank
is
you for sharing.
the cool cover.
Oh,
Nice.
Jason, that's beautiful. I was hoping you were going to show it. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and it's actually a picture of a Sarajevo rose. So
Oh,
for
wow.
those who don't know what Sarajevo roses are, they're
Mhm.
resin-filled marks that are left in the pavement when mortar rounds detonate. And all around Sarajevo, they filled these little craters and the pocks that are made around them when the munition detonates on the ground. They filled them with resin, and they called them Sarajevo roses. So that's the impetus of the title of the story.
It's
Wow.
wonderful.
Yeah,
It
And
is. And
it's going to be
I,
on Amazon in
it'll
May, right?
right, and yeah, and hopefully other places too. So
oh,
we'll see
good.
how that all works out. Yes.
Yay.
Excellent.
Yes. Yeah. I thoroughly enjoyed reading it. And I mean, just, it's so surreal just thinking about like your time over there and thinking about what you went through and with all that and the other soldiers and things. And it's just so much to take in. And I think just your poetry just captured everything, just emotion and all of that. I loved the book. Absolutely
Yeah,
loved
thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it that was my first real time in a place like that. I had spent a year in Korea already,
Mhm.
but this was the first deployment realistically into some place that was just ending what they called at that time the second Kosovo campaign, the first one being in the late 90s during Operation Allied Force. And this was a resurgence of a new set of things that had transpired in mid 2002, and then when we came in December and December of 2002 and January of 03, it was kind of the after effects of a lot of this, more peacekeeping and around there. So thankfully the conflict had resolved. There wasn't a lot of danger per se in being around there, but you never know, so you got to be prepared for whatever. But at least it wasn't necessarily a high conflict zone at the time. It was just you were seeing the results of it, and you were seeing a lot of the after effects of it, and that I think spoke a lot, because anybody who remembered seeing the Olympics in Sarajevo knows what it looked like during that time, and then all of a sudden you see it now, and it was just a disaster. So
Wow.
Yeah.
So
You definitely brought life to it, and that's one of the things that is so wonderful about your work, Jason, is no matter what you're doing, whether you're reading or you're producing or, I haven't listened to any of your audio readings, but I know
well,
with
we
your
know about
voice.
you in audiobooks, Jeannie, so
Yeah,
that's all right.
exactly. So,
I
but I
have,
just know
and
with
they're
your
amazing.
voice,
Yes.
yeah, you
Yeah. I
bring the
mean,
life to it, so that's great.
yeah.
you.
And I think to add to what Jeannie's saying, the imagery, especially in your writing that you bring, you capture just, when I'm teaching my students about imagery, it's like the five senses. And it's like I've been having them write their own examples, just making something up. And they're finally catching on that, it's not just words, it's you are feeling, seeing, smelling, touching, hearing, all of the things.
Yeah.
And your writing captures that beautifully.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
And then Holly says, beautiful and haunting reading and poem, Jason. She can't wait for your book. And then Cheryl says, Jason, you created beauty from the rubble. Bravo.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Great comment. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're so happy you were able to join us today.
Yeah.
Great.
Thanks for giving me the time. See you guys next time.
Absolutely.
I'll be on
Bye,
YouTube in a
Jason.
moment.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll still be here.
Soon.
All right.
We'll see you soon. All right. Bye-bye. Okay, so we have another guest in the waiting room. I think time difference, I think it's because we have so many different time
zones going
yeah,
on
thank
there.
you. Yes. So we're going to go ahead and bring him in, and then we will show Rebecca's video, and then we have Trisha Schufeld's video as well. So a little just swapping up a few things. I think that'll be okay. So
I think it's okay because the only people that knows is just us and our guests. So
that's true. And hopefully if the people who sent in these are watching, you're okay with us shifting around.
Yeah. We hope you got to see yours.
Yes, and so we have Micah Cover, who has been with us a while, joining our Poe Unplugs as well. He does an event, usually, I believe, Micah, isn't it November that you do Night of the Raven?
And hello, yes, it was this last November. Thank you for asking. And
Yeah.
by the way, I love your green screens. They're so creepy. Creepy.
Oh, thank you.
Well done, both of you.
Thank you.
You know us and the creepness. We love
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
definitely.
So I kind of feel like Jeannie's like is a close up of a tree that's somewhere in this cemetery that I'm in.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm hiding in her cemetery waiting to jump out at her. That's what it is.
Yes, and so this is Micah
Okay.
Cooper, and he is also a magician, but he is going to do a reading for us today.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
That's my intro. Okay. All right.
yes,
It's
Okay.
on to you.
yes.
All right. Yes. So again, my apologies. The unplugged fine people already know this. My landlord got us a new router, which means I no longer have reliable interwebs. Yay. So
Oh,
I apologize. I apologize ahead of time if I freeze or if I get disconnected, but thank you for letting me be here.
absolutely.
Thank
We're
you.
happy you're here. Yes.
Yes, we're
It's a
just happy
pleasure.
you're here.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And here we go.
All right.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, "tapping at my chamber door, only this and nothing more." Distinctly, I remember it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow. Sorrow for the lost Lenore. Sorrow for the lost Lenore. For the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before. So that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, vis some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." But presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping." And so gently you came rapping, and so faintly, faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all of my soul within me burning soon. Again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart Be still a moment and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, and not a minute stop nor stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady perched above my chamber door, perched upon the bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, perched and sat and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly, grim, and ancient raven wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore, for we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast, upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door with such a name as nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on that placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing further than he uttered, not a feather than he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, taught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore of nevermore. But the raven still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking with this ominous bird of yore, with this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore, meant in croaking nevermore. Then I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing, to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. Listen more, I sat divining with my head at ease, reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet lining with the lamplight gloating o'er she shall press evermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfume from an unseen censer swung by seraphim, whose footfalls tinkled on the tough cry. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore, quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still of bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore. Tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aiden it shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. That word our sign, in parting bird or feed, I shriek up starting. Get thee back into the tempest of the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as token of that lie souls. Leave my leave my loneliness unbroken. But above my door, take thy beat from out my heart, and take thy form from up my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting, still is sitting on the pallid butts of palace just above my chamber door. And his eyes of all the seeming of demons that is dreaming. And the lamplight orm streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted. Forevermore. Okay, thanks. I also do kid shows. Yeah.
Oh,
Thanks,
Excellent.
guys.
Steve even
yeah.
said, I'll bet Micah can do an awesome Don Knotts impression.
Uh,
Don
because
Knotts.
of the fear or the citizens' arrests. I'm not sure.
Oh,
Maybe.
Steve, can you answer that? I don't know why. He wants to know, and I do too. I love when you nip it in the bud. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
That's
okay.
my favorite Don Knotts because he's
Yeah.
just always and he does great. Now, no, not a lot of people probably watched Don Knotts when he did some serious work for a couple times, but he was pretty good. He was a very versatile actor. And I
Yeah.
kind of think that's what Steve is talking about because you were
Oh,
all over it, Micah. You were
Yes.
just
And
well, we yeah. Go ahead.
and I will say that I think there was only like a little bit of a lag once or
a
twice,
couple
but
times.
it
Yeah,
just jumped right back in. It was just kind of like a dramatic pause. So that's
exactly.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you, Zoom. Thank you, Zoom, for the dramatic
yes.
pause.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, a lot of bravos and
Oh, good. Thank you.
yes, good
Thank you.
job.
Yes.
Great
Oh,
Thank you
yeah.
work.
very
It was
much.
Everybody loves it.
excellent.
It's a
Yeah,
pleasure.
we were all talking about how you do it when a straight jacket, and that's just phenomenal.
Oh, it is. It is.
Thank
Yes.
you.
One night
Yeah.
on Poe Unplugged, we need to show that, Micah.
I hope you
Yes.
do. Yeah. Yeah. I
Yes.
appreciate it.
Yeah, we
Thank
should
you.
do
Oh, and
that.
Steve said it's because of the nervous shifting eyes that you had.
Oh, okay.
Ah,
The Don Knotts shifty eyes. I will thank
yes,
you, Steve.
yes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. That's high
Oh,
praise.
I
Yes.
like it too because you were, it was like living it, like you were in there, and it's like,
yes.
yes, I can be in that room and thinking, oh no, where's that knocking coming from?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and then in your background, just that kind of is the type of
Hmm.
room I picture with,
Yeah.
Yep.
the reading the Raven.
Hmm.
Whenever I'm thinking about it, I'm the one sitting in the chair with all the things happening around me. And so
Hmm.
it's
Yes.
like one
Yes.
of those type of wingback chairs that like that are in there. Actually, it's not wingback, it's another term. But yeah, and so that added to the ambiance to the setting. So yeah,
Thank you. Thank you.
As
I
usual,
thank you so much.
yeah,
Oh,
thank
thank you.
phenomenal.
It's a
So thank
pleasure.
you, Micah, and we will hopefully see you on the next Poe Unplugged.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so
Thank
much.
Bye.
you.
Yeah, it shall be known as the Micah jacket from now on. I love it.
Yes. And so Wayne is in the waiting room, but I'd
Mhm.
like to go ahead and show Rebecca's video. And because she has written a poem, it's her own original poem,
Okay.
and we'd like to go ahead and show that. And so let me bring her up. And she
Yes.
is the wife of Dwight. She is the other half
Yes.
of HP
HP
Comics.
Comics.
And she is just a wonderful lady and just so fun to talk to. And we are going to show her poem. And here we go. Let me share my screen. All right. And here we go. Welcome, Rebecca.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rebecca McPherson, and I'm the other half of Hocus Pocus Comics. We are the creators of The Imaginary Voyages of Edgar Allan Poe. And I just want to thank Carmen and Janine for inviting us to be a part of their live Poe-it like Poe reading day. I'm so honored to be here and just to celebrate the man, the myth, the legend himself. I'm going to be reading a poem that I created inspired by Poe, but also from my love of true crime. So I hope you enjoy it as much as I had fun writing it. The poem is called Down a Dark Path. Here we go. Cue scary music. Round and round I go. Mountains pass me by. Along a well-trodden road, down in the damp countryside. Birds have stopped their chirping, rabbits deep in dens. Deer sense something lurking, it's just around the bend. Delphinium and blackthorn, the heavy rains have drowned. Hollyhocks, dianthus flux, I stumble to the ground. Why the same direction, the same dream every night? I shake my head to clear it, relentless is the fight. Deep in the hollow valley, I search for peace divine. Down a dark path I go, knowing all the while it's not the last time. Thank you so much for listening to my poem, and I want to give again a thanks to Carmen and Janine. And have a fabulous April month. That's the month of National Poetry Month. So get out there and create a poem. Don't stress it out, just let it come naturally. This poem came to me actually during a lunch hour when I had just finished reading a true crime novel. So it was just fresh in my mind, and I love doing that kind of stuff. But anyway, I hope all of you have a fantastic day during this whole celebration, and I will talk to you later. And also, I will put a link to our Hocus Pocus page and to Poe Unplugged, which is the YouTube channel that they work on. And on Instagram, it's 6 Degrees of Poe. So have a fabulous Poetry day. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Right.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca. That was awesome. And I
That
too
was
am a true
awesome.
crime.
I
I'm a
love
true crime
that.
junkie too. And I
Me
think
too.
Carmen is too. So yeah.
Yes, yes. No, that
Mhm.
was amazing. And I love that she shared kind of the process of how that poem came to be, because I think anytime you write, even if it's a first draft and you're not happy with it, you edit it for later. It's
Yep.
very interesting how the words come into your brain. So
Yeah, and like she said, don't force it. That's the one thing that always is the most difficult for me. It's like I have something and I want to force it out, but I can't. You just have to let it flow and let it go. Okay, I
yeah.
gotta stop that. Okay.
Please don't start singing, let it go.
Yeah, no. I was talking about rhyming. I was starting to
I
rhyme in my
know.
head, and the kids always used to fuss at me about that. Miss Smith, you're rhyming again. Shut up, leave me alone.
Yeah.
Let
All
it go. Okay. Yeah.
But yes, thank you again, Rebecca, and
Mhm.
HB Comics and Dwight.
Yep.
And we appreciate you guys so much, and so
Mhm.
happy that you were able to join us again today. So
Yeah, and they're hanging out on chat with us too, so that's great.
that's
So they
awesome.
get to see, yes. So
Yes.
thank you, and once more, check them out at HP Comics.
.net.
Yes, .net. So for some reason, my words wanted to go all the way together there.
All right.
All right.
We're going to bring in
Mhm.
Wayne, and
Wayne
he's
Barron.
joining us. Here he
Mhm.
comes
And come on down, Wayne.
from
Woo.
Ireland.
Yes. HP Comics.
.net.
Yes, .net. So for some reason, my words wanted to go all the way together there.
All right.
All right.
We're going to bring in Wayne. And
Wayne Barron.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Hey, Wayne.
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, love
Yes,
the top
yes,
hat. That is awesome.
yes,
Yeah, that's for that was for Holly, just to follow
Nice.
yes. Got the
follow
Love.
top
Holly through
hats
this stuff
going
there.
on.
Yes,
And
and
just supporting the community as well.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
All right.
Oh,
Poe
yay.
Inspired Audio Theater. Awesome.
Yes, we
Rocking
also
it.
have those t-shirts as well. They're awesome.
To drop that in as well. So
Yeah, or Posum. Posum.
Yes,
So how are
post.
you guys keeping? All good?
Yes, yeah, this is I look forward to this, even though it's only our second one, I've been looking forward to this event since last year, I guess.
Yeah.
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 And
No, it's good.
I love it because last year was like a trial run. It was
Yeah.
like it's like the practice, and now I think this year we are hitting it, we're getting it, and I think it's running wonderfully. And we've got such great people that join us, like you and Jason and Holly and all the others that have been on so far. That
Yeah.
we love our Poe community and we love sharing you guys.
Yeah, it's been a great it's been a great day. It really has. But speaking of community, I just want to say um I know somebody in the community is having a rough time at the minute, and he really needs a lot of support. Is Mark Redfield?
Yes.
He's having a tough time, and I know
Yeah.
everybody's rooting for him to come through. So yeah,
Mhm.
hope Mark is going to fight hard, and I hope he gets through this. So yeah,
Yeah. Love and
it's a
support.
tough day.
Love
Yeah,
and support.
absolutely. Yes. Yeah, I just read the last Facebook post about him. I think it was maybe last night. And
Yeah,
yes.
yeah,
Yeah, so please keep him in your thoughts and
Mhm.
love and
sure.
support. So
Yeah, and prayers.
yeah,
Prayers are always a good thing.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And apparently, Wayne, you have started the hat envy.
Uh-oh.
Poor Steve. He's like, I have hat envy.
they're
Okay. It's okay.
they're
It's all
great.
right, Steve.
This one I think was late 1800s, I think.
Oh,
Mhm.
Yeah,
nice.
it's
Very
quite old,
cool.
Nice.
but very
Yeah,
cool.
maybe next year everybody should wear a hat. That would be like a
Oh,
thing.
yeah, that'll be a
Yeah,
new thing. We'll be the
let's
hat.
call it
We'll be the Poe hat.
Holly's hat evening.
Yeah.
Let's call it Holly's hat
Yes.
evening.
Holly's hat readings. There we go.
Yes, and love the alliteration with Holly's hats.
Mhm. We'll be
Oh,
rocking the hats.
Yeah.
oh. So Wayne, we have a few videos you have sent us, and
Yeah.
so do you like to which one would you like us to show first?
Well, we've got the two videos, and I've got two very short poems that I've written as well. So
Okay.
let's mix it up a little. So
Okay.
if you want to play Spirits of the Dead first,
Okay. All
video,
right.
and this one is dedicated to Mark Redfield. So this one's from Mark.
Okay. All right. No,
Awesome.
that sounds lovely.
I love it.
All right, so let me share my screen. Hold on. I gotta pull it up first. It takes me a minute to get everything working properly.
And Mark, just while you're winding it up, Mark got to deliver this in the Fall of the House of Usher, directed by
Right. Yes.
by Mike Flanagan, and such a wonderful job and great recognition for Mark to be able to deliver that in such
Yeah.
a successful TV series, and he was fantastic in it. He really was.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was.
He's done a great job and a great reading of Spirits of the Dead
Yeah,
as well.
it
So this
gave me
one,
chills when
yeah,
I
this
was
one's for
watching
him.
it.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, here we go.
All right. I can't wait.
Okay.
Full screen, Carmen.
Thank
Thy soul shall find itself alone mid dark thoughts of the grey tombstone. Not one of all the crowd to pry into thine hour of secrecy. Be silent in that solitude, which is not loneliness, for then the spirits of the dead who stood in life before thee are again in death around thee, and their will shall then overshadow thee. Be still, for the night though clear shall frown, and the stars shall not look down from their high thrones in the heaven, with light like hope to mortals given. But their red orbs without beam to thy weariness shall seem as a burning and a fever which would cling to thee forever. Now our thoughts thou shalt not banish, now our visions ne'er to vanish, and from thy spirit shall they pass no more, like dewdrop from the grass. The breeze, the breath of God is still, and the mist upon the hill, shadowy, shadowy, yet unbroken, is a symbol and a token, how it hangs upon the trees, a mystery of mystery.
Phenomenal as always.
Oh,
Thank
it
you very
just
much.
so haunting, but in a good way.
It seemed to work, this one, so yeah. Again, what wonderful material to be able to work with Poe's words. And you can really get into the words that he means, and you can put your emotion into it and feeling and depth, and just wow, it's just such good writing. And Jason said it, like, it's a couple of 100 years old, and it's just so good. Just very humble to be able to bring it to the best I can do with it, as they say.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. Cheryl said the voice, the cemetery, the music, amazing. Thank you, Wayne. And then Trisha said so good. And Holly, of course, Wayne is simply the best. And I wholeheartedly agree.
Well, thank you very much. I tip my
Yes.
hat to you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yes.
It's so nice. I mean, you get comments on, on your channel and stuff, and they're beautiful to hear from people that you don't know. But what makes it really special is to hear it from Poe's people, and those who bring Poe to the world in different ways, and in voice, in art, in writing, with books, and to hear that from a group which have as much love, if not more, than I do for Poe is just you can't really top that. That's top of the pops, as they say. For
Yeah.
sure.
I agree.
So I've two more poems that I've written, and I'd love to share them with you if that's okay. They're short
Sure.
poems, but they're about love. They're about love found and love lost, but never forgotten.
Okay.
So one is
Sounds
about
good to me.
yeah, one's about love found, and the other one is about love lost. But I'll read the first one, and this is about love found. Okay, and this is called "Oh to be lonely with you." Oh, to be lonely with you on a rooftop under a sea of stars. The chorus of whispers as neck kisses raise the skin to shivering giggles.
A twinkle of the eye as a silver moon shimmers your silhouette beneath a blanket of darkness. The pistons thrust of 8 cylinders turn on a night's horizon to an endless road named desire. Roast beans and premium fill the air on a misty morn as an ocean's coast awaits your toe like a lover's lips. The memory of your letters lap at my heart like the scent of you on a summer wind. Oh, to be lonely with you. So that's about love found. So
Yes.
Beautiful.
two lovers meet on a night. They go on a journey and they cross the country in a V8 muscle car, and the next morning coffee and smell of premium fuel, and they go to the ocean, and yeah, that's what lovers do. So that's about love found. Um, this one is about love lost. So this is actually I've only shared this with I think 2 people as far as I can remember. And I think it was with Carmen and her husband. We shared and Hannah Raven, I think, was with me as well. So this is dedicated to the animals in our life that sometimes get not as much as they should because they are family members, really, you know.
Mm.
So this is for Pluto from the museum,
Nice.
because he obviously passed and he was a
Yeah.
big part. So this is May Moonbeams Gently Take You.
Awesome.
I like that title.
Yeah, so on a silver river's light to the arms of Father Poe as company, on these deepest, darkest, coldest of plutonium of nights. Enchanted walls you danced amid secret in gardens kept, your shadow will be missed as museum keepers wept. Look down from heaven's bend, up on your family below, now chin scratched by seraphim, as your little heart still glows. Your brother Edgar will watch all until you once again embrace. Sleep now, grateful Pluto, as we remember your loving face. Teardrops on threaded stone at your loss to all heartfelt. Glow now, you little black devil, as bright as Orion's belt. Oh, that's for
That's
Pluto.
beautiful. Yeah.
I almost started tearing up. Oh,
No, I did because it reminded me so much that the video that Wayne did of my poem Death Takes No Prisoners was spurned because I lost my cat of 16 years. And so when you're reading that, it's like I felt it right here because the loss of Pluto or any animal that we've loved is a part of us. It's part of our heart. So beautiful as usual.
it is.
Yeah.
I absolutely love that one.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I think with the animals in our life, they make up part of our life,
Yeah.
but for them, we are their entire life.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And
Yeah.
this summer I got to meet Edgar and I got to hold Edgar at
Cool.
the Poe Museum, and he was such a sweetie.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Like,
that's not usually the thing
Or,
with
I'm
black
sorry.
cats, especially.
Yeah. Yeah, I meant October, not the summer. I keep getting myself mixed up.
Yeah. Poe Fest.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just Poe Fest.
Yeah, so I remember at the time when he passed, I know, the museum curators and the folks down there, and it hit them hard. So, that
Oh,
was a
yeah.
little something for them and for him.
Yeah. I think that had to mean so much to them. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Jason says a great tribute, and Holly says very heartfelt little black devil. She loved
I
little black
love
devil
that.
thing. I did too. I was like,
I like
that's true.
I also like
Yeah.
the line of the chin scratched by
For the
seraphim.
seraphim. Yeah.
Yes, I love that. I love that.
Heaven's Bend, and not many devils get into heaven, but I'm sure he did.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And Cheryl
Oh,
says, R.I.P. Pluto. They love us unconditionally. Anyone who's lost a pet can appreciate your words from your heart and soul.
yes. I
Agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
totally
Yeah.
agree. All right,
And the
so we
last one I have is the lake.
the lake, yes.
So yeah.
Yep.
Do you want
All
to
right, so
give
let
that
me
a
get that
spin?
one queued
Yeah.
up for us.
Yeah. Another wonderful thing coming at us again. Yeah. I
Yes.
love it. I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it.
All right, and here we go.
In youth's spring it was my lot to haunt of the wild earth a spot, the which I could not love the less, so lovely was the loneliness of a wild lake with black rock bound, and the tall pines that towered around. But when the night had thrown her pall upon that spot, as upon all, and the wind would pass me by in its stilly melody, my infant spirit would awake to the terror of the lone lake. Yet that terror was not fright, but a tremulous delight, and a feeling undefined, springing from a darkened mind. Death was in that poisoned wave, and in its gulf a fitting grave for him who thence could solace bring to his dark imagining, whose wildering thought could even make an Eden of that dim lake.
Of the cinematography that goes with where you
Yes.
put with the words. It just, it adds a little more.
Yeah,
So
and we can't leave with making that connection of 6 degrees, which we always do. So the poem is fantastic. But the background music, that is actually from a film called Excalibur, which was filmed in Ireland. And the music is actually from the scene where the Lady of the Lake has the sword. And wow, John Borman, film or directed by Borman, the wonderful Helen Mirren, Gabriel Byrne, Liam Neeson, Patrick Stewart from Star Trek. So many cool actors in the in Excalibur, and yeah, so that's a nice little connection. It was filmed in Wicklow, in Dublin or in Ireland. So yeah, great story, great film, great cast, but a wonderful piece. So the lake by Poe mixed with the lake scene from Excalibur. So nice little connection there. And Excalibur filmed in Ireland. So there's your 6 degrees right there.
Love
there
it.
you go. We love it. Love it. Love it. Love
And
all
bringing up
those
Star Trek
connections.
again
Yeah.
from
Hey,
earlier.
hey,
We can always,
we've touched on Star Trek and our science fiction and sci-fi
oh yeah, we
uh
can always bring that.
degree. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of that Poe's responsible for kicking all that off as well. And
Mhm.
science fiction and mystery, and
Mhm.
I love it because you see episodes of Columbo with Poe tied in as well, and it's
Yes.
just fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually watching a new show on Peacock. It's in its second season. It just I came out, I think, not that long ago, but I'm always a little bit behind. But it's based on a true story,
Yeah.
and they have a Poe nod in that series too, just a little
Mhm.
clip, and I'm just like,
That's
oh,
great.
just
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, and I've had a bit of time to do some stuff recently, so I did a mix of something from my own youth. So around 1990 and 92, Bram Stoker's Dracula, directed by Francis Ford Coppola, came out in 92. And a song which I remember from my youth by a band from the UK called the Stone Roses. Um,
Mm.
I mixed those with dialogue from Stoker's from his novel Dracula. So I voiced those to the song, um, and the music to Dracula, by the wonderful Wojciech Kilar. Um, I also used in Spirits of the Dead. I credited him on it there, Wojciech Kilar, now deceased, and but wow, what a talent! So he done The Ninth Gate by Johnny Depp,
Mhm.
um,
Mhm.
and directed by that was directed by oh, his name escapes me.
I don't.
Roman
Yeah, don't
Polanski.
ask
Yeah,
me.
Roman Polanski.
Oh, mhm.
So yeah, just connections firing all over the place. Yeah,
Yeah.
Holly's just commented there.
Yep.
Mina was obviously a part of it. So I had great. It really turned out really well between the text from the book, the song, and then with the scenery from the film. Seems to have worked quite well. So
That's
yeah,
great. You
it's
shared it
great to
with
have the
me, and
time to do
it
it.
was amazing. It was really cool.
Yeah, and then the other one I did recently was well, although not a Raven, but still in the Corvid family, was from The Crow, mixed with
Hmm.
Alone and Fade to Black by Metallica. So that was yeah,
That's
nice to do these different things and mix them up and match them just to bring them to maybe a newer audience. And
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
No,
that's
I
you
love the
do it
Crow and
well.
the Fade to Black because those are two of my favorites from my youth. So,
yeah, yeah. Lucky enough to see Metallica a couple of times,
ooh,
which was cool. Yeah,
nice.
so
Very nice.
yeah,
It's awesome.
yeah,
Yes.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Wayne. You
no
you
problem.
Yes.
always you always bring such wonderful things to us from across the pond that we enjoy,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
thank
Well,
you.
look, it's an honor to bring you my heart from such a far away because I love chatting with you guys and mixing with the community and yeah, it's great. It's a real honor to
Hey,
be part of this. So thanks very much.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
maybe someday soon, 6 degrees of Poe can go across the pond and visit you.
That'd be
Yes.
cool. I'll show you around, no problem. And
Yes.
Well,
anybody wants to come
absolutely.
over, let
We're
me know.
we're we're talking about it. We just don't know when.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
But
like anything in this life, time is just is the biggest it's the
yeah.
biggest one. So great to have the time
Obstacle.
to be able to do this.
yes. Yes. And I told Wayne not that long ago, I said, you really have a true Poe soul with
Hmm.
the work that you do, and we appreciate you so much.
No, that really
Yep.
means a lot. I really appreciate that, Carmen. Thanks very much. It
Yeah.
was
All
very
right.
kind of you to say so.
Well, thank
Yep.
you for spending time with us today. And well, I know we'll talk to you very soon.
Yeah.
Gur
Yep.
Gur
And
Míle
hopefully,
and as it's getting dark out here, Ichawa means good night. Thank you.
oh,
All right.
cool.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
All right.
Slán. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Awesome.
Yay. And
Awesome.
now we're bringing in AA Ruben.
Hurry. Woo woo.
And he's connecting. Feel like the old AOL when it like
I was just thinking about that. And I was doing the modem thing in my head.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, oh, there he is. Hey.
Yes. Sorry, we're
Hey
running
guys, how are you?
doing well. Sorry,
Good.
we're a few minutes behind.
That's okay. It's okay. I'd want to
Yes.
spend more time with Wayne as well.
Yeah. Hey, we love spending time with you guys all the
Oh
time.
yeah,
So,
all of you. Yes.
yeah.
Maybe we should have just had a big room, but then I don't know, that might have been chaotic.
A lot of
Yeah.
people. Yeah.
A big round robin. Woo. That would have
Yes.
been a little chaotic, definitely.
Oh my
But
goodness.
do you want to introduce? You can introduce Ari.
Yes. And so Ari goes by A. Rubin for all of his writing. He is a poet, an author. He's just amazing. His poetry is just, it's so in the vein of Poe, and we just appreciate him so much. And he is also a judge for
Yes,
us.
yes.
That he judged for us last year as well. And he
He's
won.
also our alumni for
Yes,
the
that's
Poet Like Poe.
yes, he is. So that's what's even cooler.
So we
Thank
like
you,
that
guys.
he's here. And so Ari, you want to tell us, you want to read first, do your poem, and then give us a little bit of information about what's going on in your life, or do you want you just take it and you run.
Whatever way you want me to do it.
All
Whatever
right,
way
you
you want me to
take
do it.
it and run.
Yes, yeah, it's your, you take it.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's your
I don't
time.
even
We'll
my
turn it to
time.
you.
Yeah, there
Yes.
you go.
Yes.
All right. So what I signed up to do was actually something a little bit different, was to read from the Purloined Letter, even though it was it's a poetry focused event, and even though last year I read two poems. Last year I read my poem that won the first Poet Like Poe competition, and I also read The Bells, which is my favorite poem by Poe. But I wanted to read this couple of little sections from the Purloined Letter, uh, where you wouldn't think that in a mystery story, Poe would be talking so much about poetry, but the solution to the Purloined Letter, if you haven't read it, I guess mute for a couple of minutes because it's involved in the solution here. Dupin is able to figure out the solution to solve the case because he's able to think like a poet, and he recognizes that the suspect, ultimately the culprit in the story, is is a poet, and that's what allowed him to fool the police who were investigating the case. So if you're not familiar with the Purloined Letter, it is one of Poe's Dupin stories. Poe, in addition to being a poet and his gothic horror and all that, was known, and I heard Wayne talking about this a little bit at the end, as writing the first mystery stories. And Dupin is actually the model for the consulting detective, it's often referred to in Sherlock Holmes, both good and bad, but definitely influenced everything that came after that. In the Purloined Letter, uh, there is a letter that was stolen, hence the title, and the police search the room where the letter supposedly is. They search the house. They're looking inside of chair legs and for false, drawers under desks and different places that someone can secretly hide a letter. They pull up all the floorboards. Uh, they're looking for somewhere where someone would secretly deposit a letter. Dupin is able to find the letter, which is basically hidden in plain sight. And he says that even though the cops, um, or the specific investigator in the case, did a very thorough job investigating the case from a rational perspective, he was unable to solve it because he only looked at it rationally. He only looked at it to the extent of his training and his reading, and he made a mistake in not realizing that the culprit was a poet, and in not thinking like a poet. So in essentially the parlor scene where he's explaining the case, um, he says that the functionary performed all his duties to the best of his capability, but this functionary, however, had been thoroughly mystified, and the remote source of his defeat lies in the supposition that the minister is a fool because he has acquired renown as a poet. All fools are poet, this the prefect feels, and he is merely guilty of a non distributio medi, in thence inferring that all poets are fools. But is this really a poet? I asked. There are two brothers I know, and both have obtained reputations in letters. The minister, I believe, has written learnedly on differential calculus. He is a mathematician and no poet. You are mistaken. I know him well, he is both. As a poet and mathematician, he would reason well. As mere mathematician, he could not have reasoned at all, and thus would have been at the mercy of the prefect. You surprise me, I said, by these opinions which have been contradicted by the voice of the world. You do not mean to set at naught the well-digested idea of centuries. The mathematical reason has long been regarded as the reason par excellence. And then he goes into a long diatribe against math and how the limits of seeing things mathematically. And let me skip a little bit where he thinks that there's things beyond math. And he recognizes that people, even though the pagan mythologies are objectively false and objectively wrong, we often use them to describe his to describe reality. We draw our illusions from them. We draw our explanations of life as much from the old myths as we do from the scientific beliefs, and you need both of them in order to describe describe your reality. Hold on, I just lost my place for a minute. Give me a second. I'm going to skip down a couple of paragraphs. I mean to say, continued Dupin, while I merely laughed at his last observation, that if the minister had been no more than a mathematician, the prefect would have been under no necessity of giving me this check. I knew him, however, as both mathematician and poet, and my measures were adapted to his capacity with reference to the circumstances by which he was surrounded. And then he goes on, he knew him as a courtier too, and his daring and all of that kind of stuff. A couple of paragraphs later, and this is, again, having to do with the techniques of poetry. The material world, continued Dupin, abounds in the very strict analogies to the immaterial, and thus some color of truth has been given to the rhetorical dogma that metaphor or simile may be made to strengthen an argument as well as to embellish description. I'm going to stop there. I encourage you to read the whole Purloined Letter. It's actually my favorite Poe story. But I think that even at his most rational, even in the area which you would think has the least to do with poetry, you could see that ultimately Poe's first love and his soul is that of a poet,
Yes.
even in his most rational of stories.
Absolutely.
I agree. It's that the creative and the logic all mesh together. Yeah.
Yeah. And speaking of the metaphor and simile and all of that kind of stuff, I know that one of the things I appreciate most about Poe's poetry is not only the mood and the tone and all of that, but the way he uses various poetical techniques. Um, he's incredible with meter. He's incredible with the rhythm and the meter and with his similes and metaphors and all of those kinds of things. And I know that when I use him as a model of, for my poetry, that's what I'm looking towards as much as anything else. And he does it so well that it just appears naturally. And then you go back and you look at the way, you look at the way the rhythm works in something like the Raven, where it's in, you know, trochaic octameter, which is just a strange metrical thing, but it just works to create, the tone is created as much by the way he uses those techniques as by the contents of the actual poem,
Yeah.
which is something that I'll be looking for in the poems that come in as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Jinx, you owe me a Coke.
Oh, yeah. Ari, I was really excited when you decided to read this part of the Purloined Letter. I was like, how poetic, and I just, because it is, of the three Dupin stories, it is my absolute favorite. So,
I
yeah.
think, I think it's my favorite of all of the short stories.
Okay. Oh,
I think it is.
it's great.
Even
It's a great one.
even though I currently have a Telltale Heart retelling that
Mhm.
that just came out yesterday, but
Oh, yay.
yeah, and Pseudopod. Um,
Okay. Okay.
that published just a Telltale Heart, so I really should say the Telltale Heart promote that. But I'm gonna be honest and say that the Proline Letter is probably my most favorite Poe story, and the reason for that is actually because of this solution. Because I remember reading it for the first time and having him tell the inspector completely unexpected, you need to think like a poet. The reason you didn't solve this case is because you were too rational because you didn't think like a poet. Um, and
Mhm.
then, you know, um, that was, I remember that reading that very vividly the first time that I read the story.
Yeah. And one of the things that I love about Poe, even in his short stories and with his poetry, it reminds me a lot of the epic poems in the early days, like Beowulf and everything. It tells a story, So even with Poe's poetry, the short stories, everything, he's like telling a little bit of a story. And like with the Purloined Letter and solving cases and everything, life is a story. So you kind of got to follow through with that. So I'm glad you reread it. Thank you.
Yes, yes. This was a great addition to
Hmm.
the poems and stories that have been read today.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yes.
not sure you have a lot of poetry. I did it last year. I read a lot. I decided to maybe do just something a little different towards the end.
Yeah, no, we love it. And so we need to check out say the name again to hear your retelling of the Telltale
Oh,
Heart.
the Telltale Heart. So my story is called The Vibrations Louder, and
Okay.
it
Oh, wow.
is a
Nice.
retelling of a modern retelling of the Telltale Heart, involving a cell phone, and
Oh,
it just came out yesterday
Okay.
on Pseudopod. The
Pseudopod.
Or
Okay. All right.
I can put the link in the comments, I guess.
Okay.
Um, and yeah, no, please do check it out. They did a great job. I mean, they have a narrator that makes the story sound a lot better than when I read
Oh,
it in my head. Um,
cool.
so there's the story is there in text form, but I encourage you to listen to it as well on their
yeah.
podcast.
I'm writing it down, so make sure I remember to go back and look.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'll put it
I
Pseudopod.
like the
down.
title too.
Yeah, no, that was I originally had it as the Telltale Ringtones, and they asked me to come up with a different title because
Okay.
so
Mm,
that was the second title I came up with. So at the
Yeah.
encouragement of the editors, and I think they're right. It is a better title.
Yeah.
oh,
Um,
cool.
so
Yes.
I just put it
Sometimes
in. Yeah.
they have good suggestions.
Yeah.
Uh,
So,
um,
what, anything else that you're working on right now that we can look forward to in the near
um,
future?
I'm fulfilling my campaign from last year, the Awful Alphabet. I'm sending out books. They should be arriving if you supported the campaign. They should be arriving imminently. I know some people have received them already, some people haven't.
Okay.
Um, I'm still shipping things out through the end of next week, but I'd say about 75% of them are already shipped out. And then I'll
Okay.
have to decide when to, you know, open selling it to everybody else afterwards. And then I'm just, querying my novel right now. Um,
Okay.
I have another short story coming out in Troll Breath later this month. Actually, already came out for subscribers to Troll Breath, but it'll be free sometime in April. They do every Friday. They do one issue, but yeah, that's basically what's going on now. I'm actually working on something pretty cool with the Poet Like Poe poem, the Nightwalkers poem that won the
Oh,
first poetry contest, but I can't really talk about that yet.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
coming. Yeah.
exciting.
okay.
That's awesome. That's
We
awesome.
love it. Yes.
Yes. Well, we
So,
appreciate you joining us
mhm.
today. This was great.
Oh, thank
Yes.
you so much.
And
Thank you for having me.
Steve actually said you've convinced him to go back and reread the Portland letter, and he says that as a Sherlock Holmes fan.
Well, my novel is that I'm querying is a Sherlock Holmes
Yeah.
universe novel. So I did a lot of research into Sherlock Holmes, and also Dupin does appear as a character in it. So I've reread all of the Dupin stories recently.
Oh, great.
Awesome. So there you go, Steve. You get the best of both worlds.
Yes.
So thank you, thank
Oh,
you, thank
and
you, thank
thank
you,
you for
Ellie.
having me. Thank you for
Yes.
including me in this great all-star lineup that you have here. And
Well, thank you
I
for
hope
being a
that we
judge
had
on our contest.
yeah,
We love
and
that
I
too.
hope we
Yes.
we had so many good entries last year.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
many really strong poems, and I hope to read some more.
I know. I'm excited for all the entries that'll be coming in.
Yep.
So,
Mhm.
all right. Well,
All
Ari,
right.
thank you again. And I know we'll be talking to you
Oh,
soon.
thank you
Yep.
so much.
See
Thank
ya.
you. All
See you
right.
later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So we have one more guest that we did have to shift a little bit, and she sent us a video. And so, Jeannie, would you like to introduce Trisha while I am pulling up her awesome video?
Absolutely. Our next recording is from one of our other Poe people, Miss Teresa Schufelt, who has many different books that has come out, and I can't remember the title of her most recent. I'm sorry, Trisha. But
I can
you
look it up
can,
here in just a second. Yeah.
yeah, and you can
'Cause
find her
it looks
on social
really
media.
amazing. Yes.
Yeah, it's really exciting. She has great works, and just check it out. And Carmen can give you more of an idea of the title and everything, since she has the books at her house. I don't have them here, sorry. And so our Hocus Pocus Comics people had to go, but we thank you for joining us. We loved it. Thank you very much. Um, and yes, so Trisha is also another one of our Poet Like Poe judges. She
She's not
also
only a
has,
judge, but she's a sponsor too. She's
yes.
donated some of her books for the prizes. So we're excited
Oh,
about
okay.
that. Yes.
Yeah, I was unclear on that too, but thank you, Trisha. Thank you for being a supporter also and a judge.
All right.
And like I said, she has some wonderful poetry of her own, and you can
She
check it
does.
out. And when Carmen gets you the name of her latest book, and let's see, Trisha can be found, I know, on Facebook because I follow her. So let me just, while you're getting that queued up,
Well, I
let
was going
me
to go ahead
bring
and
it up.
I was going to play this and then we'll have her, I'm going to look up her book title while it's
Oh,
playing.
okay,
All
go
right.
ahead.
All right. Here is Trisha Schufelt with her
Mhm.
original work.
Listen to the empty house, imprints seeping through cracked plaster, ghostly voices lamenting torment from leaky pipes. All the unsaid things, now revealed through peeling wallpaper, unhindered by age, while everything neglected remains buried under layers of ugly paint. Wood-worn floorboards sag with the weight of what once was, what could have been, what still remains. Backscattered memories linger like cigarette smoke, ancient reminders of bad choices, insincere promises, and pain so present it cries remembrance in every rusty door hinge. Maybe it wants to be heard the way we want to be heard, in our creaking, worn-out bones, in our thoughts unhindered by age, in buried regrets now quivering off our dusty, rusty lips, in what we can no longer contain behind our leaky eyes. What once was, what could have been, what still remains.
And then, as you can see, she has
The raven and the rook take flight in the rapacious night, with their quixotic quills and wanton wills to solemn poets' window sills, uncorking truths found within the walls of their muse. They scribe secrets beneath the crepe paper moon. Nothing is trivial or lost. A master stroke from an epiphany, a fresh catch fished with a poisoned pin, a recipe for rhymes ripe again, cawing back to some ravenous raven's rhapsody. You rook and you wraith, writhing within a writer's heart, watching and waiting for when it all falls apart, anticipating when the well runs dry, to pry and pour forevermore the ink in which we sink. An ode to Poe. I sat there in the sylvan silence. A whisper was heard. The autumn leaves stirred as a caw cried out from the throat of a corvid bird. In the dim, dreary shadows, a figure emerged from the mist. An unkindness of ravens echoed his name and flew over the trees that reeve the sky of its steely stars. All hail the master, they cried, as feathers fell from the sky and inky blackness covered the earth in a cloak that celebrated his triumphant rebirth. And as the last feather turned into a silver quill, all the cold, all his earthly ills became warm and seeded the leafy ground with an infinite glow, never to diminish, only to grow. His name upon the lips of every poet in the land, across the waters and within every hourglass sand, now and evermore. The master shall take his flight amid dreams that loom the crescent night. He shall inspire the poor and the rich with his words and rhymes. This October 7th, 1849, weep now or nevermore. He leaves a legacy extending to the banks of every shore. Be still, let this mystery explore. For the winds wish him well, as do every forest creature who dwells within the ancient realms. A bell rings within the deep well of his resonant rainbow's ridge, a sepulchre from which his words still live, and ravens fly between the heavenly firmament and death's darkened edge. He had come and departed solemn just as surely as the last dewdrop autumn leaf had fallen. An ode to Poe is from Unearthing Nevermore, Golden Shovel Poetry inspired by Edgar Allan Poe by Tricia Lee Shufelt. It's available now on Amazon. The Golden Shovel line reads, "There was a dim mist over all the earth, and a warm glow upon the waters, and amid the rich October leaves of the forest, a rainbow from the firmament had surely fallen." Taken from Morella, 1835, The Raven, 1845.
Hi there, everybody. Tricia Lee Shufelt here. Thank you, Carmen and Jeannie, for having me be a part of this wonderful day. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I hope you enjoyed the videos that I did provide for you. Poe has been a huge influence on my work, and I just thought I would share a
few things for you to show that, the kind of influence that he's been on my life. So the first major project that I created was the Poe Tarot. And it is a tarot deck system like many out there, but this one is unique in the sense that it's all about Edgar Allan Poe, and it contains whimsical, sometimes macabre drawings illustrated by yours truly, and quotes from his vast body of work. So it's a lot of fun, and it is available right now. The poetry that I read for you, the poem Haunted, comes from The Ghosts of Nevermore, a Saturday Visitor Award winner from the Poe House and Museum in Baltimore, Maryland. And it contains my poetry as well as artwork in it, and Unearthing Nevermore, a golden shovel poetry collection inspired by Edgar Allan Poe. That poem that you heard, An Ode to Poe, is from this book, and it also contains illustrations and my poetry. And then we have Sunder the Silence. This is not strictly related to Poe's work, but there are a couple poems in here that are influenced by him, The Raven and the Rook being one of them. So you can check that out if you're interested. And finally, The Ghosts of Winterbourne. This is again not necessarily a Poe themed poetry book, but he's definitely heavily influenced the style of the poetry that's in here. So again, Poe has been a major influence on my life and the poetry I create and the art I create. And if you'd like to learn more about me, you can find out information about me at trishaleepoetry.com. So that's TRISHALEIGH poetry.com. Thank you again for having me here. I appreciate it, and much love to you all. Take care.
Thank you, Trisha, for sharing. That was wonderful. And see, she even had it all set up so we didn't have to, we didn't have to do that for her. So that's good. She added that. She also gave in chat that her most recent book was a hardcover that was popped up on Amazon on February the 18th, 2025 of this year, called Penning Paper Moths. It's yet a book of poetry that she does great work on. And including some first lines, like one of them was from On the Grasshopper and Cricket by John Keats in 1816. So that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, yes. Her work is absolutely beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Yes, her artwork and her poetry very much go hand in hand.
Yes. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And Jeannie, I think we did really well. Only just a few minutes over our time slot.
Yeah, not bad. We're only like 6 minutes over what we decided that we were going to do, and we got all these amazing people to participate with us to kick off yet again our third annual poetry contest called Poe-it Like Poe. Submissions will be open starting April the 1st, closed on May the 15th. You will find the link to submit your work, both for adult and youth categories from age 11 to 17.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. So go to our website, which is 6degreesofpoe.com, right?
Degreesofpoe.com. Yes.
Okay. I can't remember when you put the Edgar Allan Poe, when you don't. I'm like, okay. So yes, 6degreesofpoe.com to the 2025 third annual poetry contest and submit it. You can see a wonderful list of all the great judges that we had on here and a little bit of background of their stories, the prizes, what's awarded, all that wonderful stuff. Once again, that will start on April the 1st, which I believe is Wednesday.
Yes.
Unless they're fooling me.
No, that's Tuesday. I think that's Tuesday, Jeannie.
What's today? 29th?
Yeah, because March has 31, remember?
Oh, no. That's
Yeah.
why I didn't remember. So, okay, yeah, so see, it did fool me. So it's Tuesday. So
All
it's
right, Jeannie,
Tuesday.
don't be the April Fool.
I can't help it. That's who I am. And Trisha put on chat that thank you, ladies. Sorry I couldn't be there. She's traveling, but we appreciate all you do just as much
Yes.
as you may appreciate us, Trisha.
Yes. Thank you,
And
Trisha, so much. And we wish you could have been in here on our Zoom room
Mhm.
in person, but we are glad you were here in digital spirit. So
Exactly. And then for all of our watchers, all of our followers, all of our Poe peoples, we will be participating with the Poe Doomsday on May the 17th. There will be more information following. Yes, it is centered around the Nashville area. We wish we could have a live like we did now with all the peeps, but nope. This is just going to be with our real live peeps that we
yes.
actually have to have live people. That's just weird.
Yes. Yeah, we will be all in the same room
Mhm.
Jeannie and I will be with the whole group all day, but some people will be
Yes.
in and out, and we are live streaming. So
Yeah.
you will get to see it. And we have like, I can't remember how many different stories and poems we're reading, but it
There's
will
a
be,
lot.
yes, 8 hours of Poe. And this
Yeah,
is
not the
only
24. We're
Poe.
just doing 8.
Yes, we're gonna do 8 this year, and then we'll see how that goes. And then next year, who knows?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe we can up it to maybe 12, possibly 24. We don't want to, jinx ourselves. So
That's true.
we're
That's
looking
true.
forward to and being a part of it and it being international. So it's going to be great.
But we just want to thank everyone out there who supports us and what we do. We could not do what we do without you, and it means the world to us that you watch today, even if only for 5 minutes, or to watch your favorite person that presented today, just whatever. We love you guys and just really appreciate everything you do to support
Mhm.
us. So,
Yes. And we look forward to doing this again next year and hopefully having even more people participate with their poetry. And we look forward to everything. So
absolutely.
go Poe. Woohoo!
Yeah. Come to the Poe show.
Exactly. Come and, enjoy the Poe for all we know.
Yes.
Okay, we need to stop. That's just getting
Yes.
bad.
I know.
Uh,
So I guess, Jeannie, on that
we
note,
are,
we
we are
are Poe
Poe.
out.